Act 1, Chapter 1. The last thing Issei Hyoudou remembered was a wall of red light tearing itself open above the old school building, and Ophis saying something about a seam between worlds that had gone thin enough to bleed. Then the ground under his feet stopped being ground, and the sky stopped being sky, and for a length of time he could not measure he was falling through a colorless nowhere that smelled faintly of rain and static. He landed on concrete. Not the soft dirt of the Ko Academy courtyard, not the marble floor of the Gremery family estate, but cracked, rain-slicked concrete, in an alley that reeked of exhaust fumes and wet cardboard. Neon light bled down from somewhere above, pink and blue and sick green, reflected in puddles that rippled with a sound like distant engines. He sat up, wiped grit from his palms, and looked up at a skyline he did not recognize. Towers with strange sharp angles, screens the size of buildings flashing text in Japanese that scrolled too fast to read, and above it all a moon that looked subtly wrong, a shade too orange, ringed with a haze that was not cloud. "Okay," he said to the empty alley. "That is not Ko." He got to his feet, checked that his sacred gear was still humming quietly under his skin the way it always did, a familiar dragon heartbeat matched against his own, and started walking toward the mouth of the alley. Because standing still in a strange city built out of neon and shadow had never struck him as a survival strategy. He did not get 3 steps before the screaming started. It came from 2 streets over, a woman's voice, sharp with real terror rather than the theatrical kind, and Issei's body was moving before his mind had finished deciding to move. Years of raiding games and border skirmishes and standing between his friends and things that wanted to eat them had trained something into his legs that did not wait for permission. He rounded the corner at a dead sprint, and skidded to a stop at the edge of a wider street, and what he saw there made his stomach drop. There were 3 of them, tall, gaunt figures with skin the color of old bruises, joints that bent the wrong way, mouths splitting open too wide beneath eyes that glowed a faint sickly violet. Not devils, not fallen angels, not anything he had a name for, but the shape of the wrongness was familiar enough. Monsters. Predators. And they had cornered 2 people against a shuttered storefront, a woman with unbound brown hair and a naginata held in a stance that spoke of real training, and behind her, half-shielded by her body, a girl who could not have been older than her mid-teens, small-framed, dark-eyed, clutching a pair of strange pistols that trembled slightly in her grip even as she tried to hold them steady. "Yukikaze, stay behind me," the woman said, low and even, though Issei could hear the strain under the calm. "We fall back on my signal. Mom, there's 3 of them, we can't just. We can and we will. Listen to me." One of the gaunt things lunged. Issei did not think. He never really did, in moments like this, not in the way that involved weighing options and calculating risk. Something in him simply recognized a person in danger, and a threat standing between that person and safety, and the rest followed on its own. His left arm ignited in scarlet and green light, the familiar gauntlet of scale and gem closing over his forearm with a sound like a dragon drawing breath, and he crossed the distance in a single bound and put himself between the lunging creature and the woman with the naginata. The impact of his fist against its chest sounded like a car crash. The creature folded around the blow and went skidding backward into a parked vehicle hard enough to crumple the door, and then it did not get up. Silence for a moment. Even the other 2 things paused, violet eyes flicking toward this new arrival with something that might have been caution. "Sorry to intrude," Issei said, rolling his shoulder, "but you look like you could use a hand." The woman stared at him. Up close she was striking, sharp-featured, with the kind of poise that suggested she had spent years being someone dangerous and had never quite unlearned it even after retirement. Her naginata had not lowered an inch, though her eyes had gone from wary to openly startled at the sight of the crimson gauntlet still smoking faintly on his arm. "That is not a weapon I recognize," she said. "Long story," Issei said. "Kind of a magic thing. I promise I'm not with them." The remaining 2 creatures shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and came at them together. Issei stepped forward without waiting to see what the woman would do, catching one clawed hand out of the air and wrenching the creature off its feet, slamming it down hard enough to crack the pavement. The last one veered instead toward the girl, toward Yukikaze, and that was the moment Issei's blood ran cold, because he had exactly enough time to shout a warning and no time at all to reach her. He didn't need to. The girl's hand steadied the instant the threat became real and immediate rather than theoretical. 2 shots cracked out, precise, and both took the creature through what passed for its throat. It staggered, gurgling something wet and awful, and the woman finished it with a single clean stroke of her naginata that took its head from its shoulders. For a few seconds nobody moved. Then the woman lowered her weapon, chest rising and falling, and looked at Issei with an expression caught somewhere between suspicion and genuine gratitude. "You have my thanks," she said carefully. "That could have gone very differently. Don't mention it." Issei let the gauntlet fade, the light retreating back under his skin, and offered what he hoped was a reassuring smile rather than the exhausted, slightly bewildered one he actually felt. "Sorry, this is going to sound insane, but I have no idea where I am. One second I was fighting something back home, next second I'm falling out of the sky into this alley. Is this Tokyo? It looks like Tokyo, but it also really doesn't." The girl, Yukikaze, was staring at him now too, pistols lowered but not holstered, dark eyes narrowed with the particular suspicion of a teenager who had learned the hard way that strangers who appeared out of nowhere during a demon attack were not usually to be trusted at face value. "Mom," she said, not taking her eyes off him, "he just punched a kunro clean through a wall." "I noticed," the woman said dryly. She studied Issei for another long moment, then seemed to come to some internal decision, because the weariness in her shoulders eased by a degree. "My name is Mizuki Shiranui. This is my daughter Yukikaze. And you are correct that you are not anywhere near your Tokyo. This city belongs to a different current of the world than the one you fell from, and it is not, generally speaking, a safe one after dark." "Issei Hyoudou," he said, bowing slightly out of old habit even in the middle of a wrecked street with a dead monster smoking nearby. "Nice to meet you. I mean, obviously not the circumstances I'd pick, but still." Yukikaze made a small disbelieving sound. "He's bowing. There's a corpse right there, and he's bowing." "Manners don't have an off switch," Issei said, and to his faint surprise the corner of Mizuki's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but close. "We should not linger here," Mizuki said, glancing up and down the street, where lights were beginning to flicker on in windows, curious faces appearing and vanishing behind curtains. "More will come once the scent of blood settles into the district. Issei Hyoudou, I do not know what dropped you into our world, but I would be a poor host to leave a man who fights the way you fight standing alone in a hostile city. Come with us. We can talk somewhere safer, and perhaps between us we can work out how to get you home." Issei thought of Rias, of Asia, of everyone back in Ko who by now had surely noticed he was missing and were probably tearing the fabric of their own reality apart trying to find him. He thought of the strange orange moon overhead, and the taste of ozone still on the air from the fight. And he thought, not for the first time in his strange life, that the only way through a situation like this one was straightforward, one step at a time. "Yeah," he said. "Okay. Lead the way." They walked together through streets that gradually shed their menace as they moved deeper into what Mizuki called the residential quarter, neon giving way to softer lantern light, until they reached a traditional-looking house set back behind a low wall, out of place among its more modern neighbors, old wood and paper screens glowing warm gold from within. Yukikaze kept glancing back at Issei the entire way, not quite hostile, not quite trusting, somewhere in the uncertain middle a person occupies when the world has just handed them something they don't know how to categorize yet. "You live here?" Issei asked as Mizuki slid the outer gate open. "For now," Mizuki said. "It was my husband's family home. He is no longer with us. It has been the two of us for some years." Something in the flat, careful way she said it told Issei not to press further, so he didn't, filing the fact away with the quiet respect of a man who understood grief well enough to know it deserved space rather than questions. Inside, the house was warm and lived in, the kind of warmth that came from real years rather than staging, family photographs on a low shelf, a naginata rack by the door with 3 empty slots and one occupied, a girl's jacket thrown carelessly over the back of a chair. Mizuki gestured Issei toward a cushion at the low table and disappeared briefly into the kitchen, returning with tea that she set down without ceremony. "Now," she said, folding herself gracefully onto the cushion across from him, Yukikaze hovering in the doorway rather than sitting, arms crossed, clearly not ready to relax around a stranger just yet. Tell me everything. Where you come from, what that light on your arm was, and why a boy who fights like a seasoned soldier bows to people in the middle of a battlefield. Issei laughed despite himself, and began to talk. He told them an abbreviated version, the kind that left out the parts that would take a week to properly explain, about devils and sacred gears and a Welsh dragon sleeping inside his own arm, about a school called Ko and a crimson-haired girl who had saved his life and given him a second one to live, about worlds layered over each other like sheets of glass, thin enough in places to fall through if you were unlucky, or perhaps, he thought, glancing at Yukikaze's slowly softening posture in the doorway, lucky in some way he didn't understand yet. Mizuki listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable, though something in her eyes sharpened with professional interest whenever he described a fight. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment, turning her teacups slowly between her palms. We are Taimanin, she said finally. Demon hunters, though the word demon does not map cleanly onto what you would call devils. Our world has its own war, older than either of us, between humanity and things that would very much like to see it end. I fought in that war for a long time. I am retired from it now, mostly, for Yukikaze's sake. But the war does not always respect retirement. Mom still gets called back sometimes, Yukikaze said from the doorway, and there was an edge in her voice, something worn thin from repetition. She says it's just consulting. It's never just consulting, Yukikaze. It's true. Issei looked between them, and recognized, with the sudden clarity of someone who had grown up without a father, and then found an entire second family made of people equally afraid of losing each other, exactly what kind of fault line he had stumbled into. He said nothing about it, not yet, only nodded slowly and let the silence settle without trying to smooth it over, because some things did not need to be smoothed, only witnessed. For what it's worth, he said instead, wherever this world's version of a rating game committee is, I'm apparently stuck here for a while, since I don't know the first thing about getting back and I doubt yelling into the sky is going to help. If there's a fight coming, I'd rather be useful than be a stranger sleeping in your spare room doing nothing. Mizuki studied him for a long moment, and something in her expression settled, decided. Then we will find a way to make you useful, and in the meantime, you will not sleep on the street. That is not a negotiation. Yukikaze from the doorway said nothing, but she uncrossed her arms, just slightly, and that, Issei thought, was probably the beginning of something. Chapter 2. Morning in this world looked almost ordinary, if Issei ignored the second moon still faintly visible in the pale sky and the way the birds outside sang in a key that felt half a step off from the birds back home. He woke on a futon in what Mizuki had called the guest room, sunlight slanting warm through paper screens, and for a disoriented moment forgot entirely where he was, reaching automatically for a phone that wasn't there, a routine that belonged to a life several worlds away. He found Mizuki in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up, moving through the motions of breakfast with the same economy of motion she'd shown with her naginata the night before, every gesture purposeful, nothing wasted. You're an early riser, she observed without turning around. Old habits. There were a lot of years where breakfast meant getting up before someone stole it. He rubbed the back of his neck. Can I help with anything? You can set the table. Third drawer. They worked in companionable quiet for a few minutes, and Issei found himself relaxing into it in a way that surprised him, the simple domestic rhythm of it, the smell of rice and grilled fish, sunlight on wood floors. It reminded him of mornings at the old clubroom, before everything had gotten so complicated, before the stakes had climbed so high that peace started to feel like something borrowed rather than owned. She's not usually this quiet, Mizuki said suddenly, and Issei realized she meant Yukikaze, whose door down the hall had not yet opened. My daughter. She talks constantly, usually. Complains about her training, complains about her friends, complains about me. Last night she barely said 10 words after we sat down. I think I scared her, Issei said honestly. Showing up out of nowhere and punching things. That's not exactly a normal Tuesday, even for demon hunters, right? No, Mizuki agreed. It is not. She set a plate down with more force than strictly necessary. Her father died protecting both of us 5 years ago now. Since then it has only ever been the two of us against whatever the world throws at her doorstep. She is not accustomed to anyone else standing between her and danger. I think, more than being frightened of you, she does not know what to do with the fact that someone else did what only I have ever done for her. Issei absorbed that carefully, turning it over. I get that, he said after a moment. I lost my dad's presence in my life in a different way, not death, just distance. He worked constantly, and my mom did everything. When people started showing up who were willing to fight for me too, it took a long time before I stopped flinching every time it happened. Like waiting for the other shoe to drop. Mizuki looked at him properly then, something assessing in her gaze that felt less like suspicion now and more like recalculation. You understand more than I expected a boy your age to understand. I've had a weird few years, Issei said, and left it at that. Yukikaze emerged from her room a few minutes later, hair still tousled from sleep, wearing a Seishu Academy uniform that she clearly had not fully committed to putting on correctly, tie loose around her neck, blazer unbuttoned. She stopped short in the doorway to the kitchen at the sight of Issei sitting cross-legged at the low table, evidently having half convinced herself in the night that the previous evening had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. You're still here, she said. Your mom insisted. Issei gestured at the empty seat across from him. Also there's breakfast, if you want proof I'm real and not a ghost. Yukikaze eyed the food, then eyed him, then sat, with the specific wariness of a cat deciding whether a new piece of furniture was trustworthy. You really punched a kuno through a car door, she said, not quite a question. I really did. That shouldn't be possible. Kuno have reinforced thermal plating. Even our strongest field agents need specialized rounds to punch through that at close range. I have a dragon living in my arm, Issei said. Physics gets flexible around that kind of thing. Yukikaze stared at him for a long beat, clearly trying to decide if he was joking, and something in his utterly earnest expression must have convinced her he wasn't, because she made a small noise that was almost a laugh before she caught herself and smothered it back down into teenage skepticism. That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard, and I fight actual demons for a living. Welcome to my life, Issei said, and this time when the corner of her mouth twitched upward, she didn't fight it quite so hard. They ate breakfast in a quiet that had shifted, subtly, from wary to merely careful, and by the time Yukikaze left for school, backpacks slung over one shoulder, pistols concealed somewhere in the lining of her jacket in a way that suggested she never went anywhere entirely unarmed, she paused at the door and looked back at Issei. You're really staying? For now. Until I figure out a way home, or your mom gets sick of me. Mom doesn't get sick of people easily. She's stubborn like that. Yukikaze considered this information with visible reluctance to have offered it. I guess it's fine. Just don't touch my room. Wouldn't dream of it. The door slid shut behind her, and Mizuki, clearing dishes, said without looking up, that was progress. Was it? For Yukikaze, telling you not to touch her room instead of telling you to leave the house entirely is enormous progress. Trust me. Issei found himself smiling at that, a small, genuine thing, and helped clear the rest of the table. The days that followed settled into a rhythm neither of them had planned but both seemed content to let happen. Issei spent mornings training in the small courtyard behind the house, running through forms that Mizuki occasionally corrected with the brisk efficiency of someone who had taught combat to soldiers for most of her adult life, and he in turn showed her the fundamentals of how his boosted gear worked, the doubling, the transfer, the strange partnership between his own will and the dragon sealed inside him. She absorbed the information the way a career soldier absorbs anything tactically useful, filing it away without excess comment, though he caught her watching the gauntlet with something like professional appreciation more than once. In the afternoons, when Yukikaze came home from Seishu Academy, the house filled with a different kind of energy, teenage complaints about coursework and classmates layered over the low hum of a household that had clearly spent years being just the two of them and was now, cautiously, becoming three. Issei helped her with homework some evenings, subjects he barely remembered from his own school days coming back slowly under the pressure of her exasperated tutoring demands, and more than once she caught herself laughing at something he said before remembering to look annoyed about it. It was on the fifth evening, as the three of them sat together over dinner, that Yukikaze asked the question that had clearly been building in her for days. Are you and Mom like a thing now? Mizuki nearly choked on her tea. Issei went red to the tips of his ears. We are not a thing, Mizuki said. with the particular firmness of a woman trying to re-establish control of a conversation that had gotten away from her. Issei is a guest. A guest who's been here 5 days, trains with you every morning, and made you laugh twice at dinner last night. I counted. Yukikaze. I'm just saying. Yukikaze shrugged, though her eyes flicked to Issei with something more complicated than teasing underneath the deflection, something almost hopeful and immediately suspicious of its own hope. It would be weird. But not like the worst thing. Nobody quite knew what to say to that, and the conversation moved on to safer ground. But Issei noticed, later that night, lying awake on the guest futon and listening to the unfamiliar sounds of a house settling around him, that some part of him had already stopped thinking of this place as somewhere he was merely stranded, and started, quietly, dangerously, to think of it as somewhere he might want to stay. Chapter 3. The first real trouble came on a Thursday, though trouble in this city, Issei was learning, rarely announced itself with anything so polite as a warning. He was in the courtyard running through a set of forms with Mizuki when her phone buzzed against the low table with an insistence that made her whole posture change, shoulders squaring, the relaxed instructor in her folding away instantly into something harder, more focused. She read the message, and her face went very still. What is it? Issei asked. An incursion. Downtown district, near the old harbor. She was already moving toward the weapons rack, pulling her naginata free with the ease of long practice. Larger than the ones you fought the night you arrived. My old unit is requesting support. They would not ask if it were manageable without it. I'm coming. Issei, this is not your fight. Anything trying to hurt people in a city I'm currently living in is my fight, he said, and something in the flat certainty of his voice made her pause, study him, and then nod once, sharp and decisive. Then keep pace. I will not slow down to wait for you. Wouldn't want you to. They left before Yukikaze got home from school, Mizuki leaving a hurried note on the kitchen table, and Issei felt a small twist of guilt at the thought of the girl coming home to an empty house. But there was no time to dwell on it, not with Mizuki already moving through the streets at a pace that would have left an ordinary person gasping for breath within a block. The harbor district, when they reached it, was chaos. Fires burned in 3 separate buildings, black smoke smearing the orange moonlit sky, and moving through the wreckage were things far larger and far worse than the gaunt creatures from Issei's first night in this world, hulking shapes with too many limbs, skin like wet stone, eyes that glowed the same sick violet but multiplied across their bodies in uneven clusters. A handful of black-clad fighters were engaging them, outmatched, falling back street by street. Taimanin, Mizuki said, already breaking into a run. My old team. Issei's arm ignited in scarlet light without him needing to think about it, the familiar surge of Drake's presence rising alongside his own adrenaline. Then let's even the odds. What followed was chaos of a familiar kind, the specific chaos of a battlefield where the only rule that mattered was keep the people behind you alive. Issei tore through the front line of hulking creatures with the raw overwhelming force his gauntlet lent him, boost after boost stacking beneath his skin until the strength in his limbs felt less like his own and more like something borrowed from a mountain, while Mizuki moved beside him with a precision that put his brute force to shame, her naginata finding gaps in armored hide that should not have existed, each strike economical, deliberate. Ended before it had properly begun. They fought well together, better than Issei would have expected from 2 people who had known each other less than a week, some instinctive rhythm developing between his overwhelming offense and her surgical precision, him drawing attention and absorbing blows that would have killed an ordinary fighter, her slipping through the openings he created to end things cleanly. By the time the last of the hulking creatures collapsed into ash and dissolved into the wet pavement, the surviving Taimanin fighters were staring at the 2 of them with the particular expression of soldiers who had just watched something they didn't fully understand save their lives. Shiranui, one of them said breathless, who is this? A friend, Mizuki said simply, and something about the word, spoken so easily, so certainly, made Issei's chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with the fight. They walked home together afterward, exhausted, soot-streaked, the adrenaline slowly bleeding out of their limbs and leaving behind the particular hollow ache of a battle survived rather than avoided. Neither spoke for several blocks, and Issei found the silence comfortable rather than heavy, The kind of quiet that only exists between people who have just trusted each other with their lives and found that trust rewarded. You fight like someone who has lost people, Mizuki said eventually, not looking at him. I have. Not as many as some people I know. But enough to know what I'm afraid of losing next. That fear does not make you hesitate. It should. Fear like that usually makes soldiers slow. It makes me faster, Issei said. I don't have time to hesitate. Not when hesitating is how you lose the thing you're afraid of losing. Mizuki was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally spoke again, her voice had softened into something less like a soldier and more like a woman who had spent 5 years being the only wall standing between her daughter and a world that wanted to tear everything from her. Yukikaze's father hesitated, she said. For half a second. That is all it takes, sometimes, for the world to decide it does not owe you the ending you wanted. Issei did not offer platitudes, did not tell her he was sorry in the empty, automatic way people often did when confronted with a grief too large to actually hold. He only walked beside her in silence for another block, and then said quietly, I'm not going anywhere. Not unless you and Yukikaze want me to. Mizuki glanced at him sideways, something unguarded flickering across her face before the composure settled back into place. We will see, she said. But there was no real doubt in it anymore, only the careful hope of someone who had been burned before and was choosing, cautiously, to reach toward warmth again anyway. They found Yukikaze waiting on the front step when they reached the house, arms wrapped around her knees, clearly having been there for some time, and the look on her face when she saw them both walking up the path together, alive, intact, was one Issei would not soon forget, relief so total it broke something open in her expression before she could stop it. She was on her feet and across the yard before either of them could speak, and for one startled moment Issei thought she was going to hit him for taking her mother into danger, but instead she threw her arms around both of them at once, an awkward, fierce, three-person embrace that neither adult quite knew how to navigate but neither of them broke either. Don't do that again, Yukikaze said, muffled against Issei's shoulder, voice thick. Don't just leave and not tell me and then not come back for hours. I thought. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. We're okay, Mizuki said softly, one hand smoothing over her daughter's hair. We're both okay. Both, Yukikaze repeated, and something in the way she said it, deliberate, testing, made it clear she had noticed the shift too, the fact that it was no longer just her mother she had been terrified of losing. Issei said nothing, only held on, and understood, standing there in the dark front yard of a house in a world he had fallen into by accident, that whatever this was becoming, he was not going to walk away from it easily, not even if some cosmic committee back home eventually found a way to drag him back through the scene he'd fallen through. Chapter 4. Weeks passed, though Issei had stopped trying to count them precisely, the days folding into each other with the particular seamlessness of a life that had quietly become a routine rather than an interruption. He trained mornings with Mizuki, walked Yukikaze partway to school more often than not despite her insistence that she did not need an escort, and fought at Mizuki's side twice more when the city's darker currents surfaced, each time the two of them settling more completely into a rhythm that felt less like coincidence, and more like something being built on purpose. It was Yukikaze who forced the conversation neither adult seemed willing to start. You two are so obvious it's embarrassing, she announced one evening, apropos of nothing, over a dinner that had gone quiet in the particular way dinners went quiet when two people were very carefully not looking at each other. Mom keeps making his favorite food without being asked. He keeps finding reasons to stay in the kitchen when she's cooking instead of going to bed like a normal person. You guys realize I'm not stupid, right? Yukikaze, Mizuki said, in the warning tone of a mother whose patience was fraying at the edges of a subject she had been avoiding. I'm serious. It's fine. I already told you it wouldn't be the worst thing. Yukikaze set down her chopsticks, and for a moment the teenage bravado slipped, revealing something more vulnerable underneath. Dad's been gone 5 years. I used to think if Mom ever, moved on, it would feel like we were forgetting him. But it doesn't. It just feels like the house isn't so quiet anymore. Mizuki's composure cracked properly for the first time since Issei had known her, something bright and unshed gathering in her eyes before she blinked it back, reaching across the table to take her daughter's hand. I would never forget him, she said quietly. Neither would you have to. I know. I'm not saying that. Yukikaze looked between the two of them, and then, with the abrupt courage of a teenager who had decided the moment demanded honesty even at the cost of embarrassment, said, I'm saying I like having him around. If you like having him around too, you don't need my permission, but you have it anyway. Issei, who had been sitting in stunned silence through the entire exchange, found his voice belatedly. I'm right here, you know. You could ask me if I like being around too. Do you? Yukikaze asked, arching an eyebrow, some of her usual sharpness returning now that the vulnerable moment had passed. Yeah, Issei said simply, honestly, looking not at Yukikaze but at Mizuki. I really do. The silence that followed was not awkward this time, but full, charged with something that had been building quietly for weeks, finally finding permission to exist in the open. Mizuki did not say anything immediately, but she did not look away either, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried a warmth Issei had not heard from her before, unguarded in a way that felt like a gift. Then perhaps, she said, we should stop pretending otherwise. It was not a grand declaration, not the kind of sweeping romantic moment Issei might once have imagined for himself back when he was younger, and his understanding of love had been shaped by half-remembered fantasies rather than lived experience. It was quieter than that, more real, a woman who had spent 5 years building walls around her heart, deciding, carefully, deliberately, to let one person back inside, and a teenage girl watching that decision happen with cautious hope instead of fear. They did not rush anything after that. There was no dramatic shift in the household, no sudden reordering of the life they had already built together. Issei still trained mornings with Mizuki, still helped Yukikaze with homework she pretended not to need help with, still fought at Mizuki's side when the city called for it. But something had settled between the three of them that had not been there before, an ease, a certainty, the quiet architecture of a family finding its shape one ordinary day at a time. Months later, when Mizuki finally asked him, in the plain, unadorned way she did most things that mattered, whether he intended to stay in this world for good, Issei did not hesitate. I already have, he said. I think I have for a while now. Chapter 5. The wedding was small. Mizuki had insisted on that point from the beginning, no grand affair, no crowd of distant relations and old comrades summoned for spectacle, only the people who actually mattered gathered in the courtyard where Issei had first trained beneath the orange-tinted moon, paper lanterns strung between the eaves casting warm gold light over the small assembly. A handful of Mizuki's old units stood in respectful attendance, and Yukikaze, dressed in a formal kimono she had complained about for a full week beforehand and then, on the day itself, refused to take off even hours after the ceremony ended, stood beside her mother not as a guest but as the one who gave her away, a fact Mizuki had insisted upon over Yukikaze's initial disbelieving protest. You're my family, Mizuki had told her, simply, the week before. There is no one else I would rather have stand beside me. Issei, watching Yukikaze now from across the courtyard, dressed in unfamiliar formal robes that felt stiff and strange against his skin, thought that he had never in his strange, improbable life expected to end up here, standing in a world he had fallen into by accident, about to marry a woman he had known for less than a year and inherit, in the same breath, a daughter he had somehow already come to love as fiercely as if he had known her his whole life. The ceremony itself was simple, traditional, quiet vows exchanged beneath the lantern light, and when it came time for Yukikaze to formally hand her mother's hand to Issei's, the girl paused, looked up at him with an expression that mixed teenage embarrassment and genuine emotion in equal measure, and said, quietly enough that only he could hear it, "Take care of her. And me too, I guess. Don't make me regret giving you permission." "I won't," Issei said, and meant it with the whole of himself. "I promise." Afterward, at the small gathering that followed, Yukikaze found him alone for a moment by the courtyard's edge, away from the warm noise of celebration, and stood beside him in silence for a while before speaking. "Does this make you my stepdad now? Officially?" "I guess it does." She considered this with the particular seriousness she reserved for things that actually mattered to her, stripped of the deflecting humor she usually wrapped around anything vulnerable. "I never had one of those before. Dad was Dad. I didn't think there'd be anyone else." "There isn't anyone else," Issei said carefully. "I'm not trying to replace him. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. I just want to be someone else you can count on. If that's okay. Yukikaze was quiet for a long moment, watching the lantern light flicker gold across the courtyard, watching her mother laugh at something one of her old comrades said, a sound Yukikaze admitted later she had not heard nearly often enough in the 5 years before Issei fell out of the sky and into their lives. Yeah, she said finally. That's okay. That's more than okay. She bumped her shoulder against his arm, a small, deliberately casual gesture that Issei understood, without needing it explained, was the closest thing to an embrace she was willing to offer in public. He bumped back, gently, and they stood together in comfortable silence, watching the woman who had become, against every improbable odds of a life built from falling through worlds, the center of both their lives. Somewhere above them, the orange-tinted moon hung steady in a clear sky, and for the first time since he had fallen through a tear in reality into a city he had never expected to call home, Issei Hyoudou allowed himself to stop bracing for the ground to shift again, and simply let himself belong to something. It would not stay peaceful forever. Nothing in either of their lives ever did, and even as the celebration continued behind him, some old instinct at the edge of Issei's awareness, the same one that had once warned him of gathering storms back in Ko, stirred faintly at the base of his spine, a whisper of something vast and patient stirring somewhere beyond the edge of this city, taking notice, for the first time, of a dragon that had fallen into a world it did not belong to. But that was a trouble for another day. Tonight, there was only lantern light, and laughter, and a family standing together beneath an orange moon. Chapter 6. Life did not pause for a wedding, not in a city where the seams between worlds ran as thin as they did here, and within a month of the ceremony the household had settled back into its familiar rhythms with only small differences marking the change. Issei's futon had moved out of the guest room. Yukikaze had, after a week of pointed teasing that made both adults deeply uncomfortable, declared the subject closed and never brought it up again, though she took visible satisfaction in occasionally calling him something other than his name at the dinner table just to watch him fumble a response. Dad, pass the rice? Issei nearly dropped the serving spoon the first time she said it, and Yukikaze had laughed so hard she'd had to put her chopsticks down, and Mizuki had watched the two of them with an expression of such quiet contentment that Issei thought, not for the first time, that whatever cosmic accident had thrown him through that tear in reality, he could not bring himself to resent it, not when it had led him here. The training continued too, though its character shifted gradually as the weeks passed. Where once Mizuki had drilled him alone in the mornings, correcting his footwork and his instincts with the brisk efficiency of a career soldier, now Yukikaze increasingly joined them, her own combat education accelerating under the combined instruction of a mother who had once been among the finest Taimanin in the region and a stepfather who could, without exaggeration, punch through reinforced armor plating with his bare fist. You're doing it wrong, Yukikaze informed him one morning, watching him run through a defensive form with the critical eye of someone who had spent years absorbing her mother's exacting standards. You're overcommitting on the follow-through. Mom says that's how you leave yourself open. Mom is usually right about that kind of thing, Issei admitted, resetting his stance. Show me. She did, walking him through the correction with a patience that surprised him, given how little patience she usually extended to anyone outside her mother, and something about the exchange, teacher and student roles briefly inverted, settled a warmth in Issei's chest that had nothing to do with the physical exertion of training. You're a good teacher, he told her afterward, and she went faintly pink and pretended to be very interested in adjusting her gloves. I learned from the best, she muttered, which was, Issei understood, as close as she came some days to saying something openly affectionate. It was on one of these ordinary mornings, weeks into their new routine, that the first sign of real trouble surfaced, small enough at first that none of them recognized it for what it was. Issei had been sparring lightly with Yukikaze in the courtyard, Mizuki watching from the porch with her tea, when a sudden pressure settled over the back of his neck, faint, unfamiliar, like the sensation of being watched from somewhere very far away. He stopped mid-motion, and the change in his posture was enough that Yukikaze immediately lowered her guard too. What is it? Not sure. Issei scanned the courtyard, the walls, the sky, but found nothing, no visible threat, no shift in the light. Felt like something was looking at me. Probably nothing. Mizuki set her tea down without a sound, her instincts as sharp as ever despite years of relative peace. Describe it. Heavy. Old. Like something enormous noticing something very small. Issei rubbed the back of his neck, where the sensation had already begun to fade, leaving behind only a faint unease he could not quite shake. It's gone now. That does not mean it is finished, Mizuki said, and though she did not elaborate further, something in her tone told Issei she was filing the moment away carefully, the way a soldier files away any detail that might, later, prove to matter. Drake, silent for most of the past months beyond the familiar background hum of his presence, stirred faintly within Issei's arm that night as he lay awake beside Mizuki, her breathing slow and even beside him in the dark. Partner, the dragon rumbled, quiet enough not to wake her. Something in this world has taken notice of us. I felt it too. What kind of something? Issei thought back, careful to keep the exchange internal. Old, the dragon said. Older than the war these people fight against their shadow creatures. I cannot yet tell if it means us harm or merely curiosity. But we would be wise to keep watch. Issei lay in the dark for a long while after that, listening to the quiet sounds of a house he had come, against every improbable odds, to call home, and thought that whatever was stirring at the edges of this world's attention, he would face it the same way he had faced everything else since falling through that tear in reality. Not alone, and not without a reason worth fighting for. He had two of them now, sleeping down the hall and beside him, and that, he thought, was reason enough for anything the universe cared to throw at him next. Chapter 7. The reason worth fighting for made itself known properly 3 weeks later, on an evening that had started, like most evenings in the Hyoudou Shiranui household, with nothing more dramatic on the agenda than dinner and homework. Yukikaze had come home from Seishu Academy in a mood, dropping her bag by the door with more force than necessary and slumping into her seat at the table with the particular thundercloud expression of a teenager whose day had gone badly in ways she did not yet want to discuss. Mizuki, long practiced in reading her daughter's moods, said nothing directly, only set a plate down in front of her and waited, and Issei, following her lead, did the same. It took until halfway through the meal for the story to come out, unprompted, the way it usually did once Yukikaze had decided she was ready to talk. There's a new transfer student, she said, stabbing at her rice with more aggression than the rice had earned. Samigawa cousin, apparently, moved here from another branch academy. Everyone's been fawning over her all week like she's some kind of celebrity. And she kept asking about my mom. Like specifically about you. She glanced at Mizuki. Weird questions. Not friendly ones. Mizuki's chopsticks paused mid-air, a small motion, but Issei had learned to read the woman well enough by now to recognize the sudden sharpening behind her eyes. What kind of questions? Whether you were still in contact with your old unit. Whether you still had your naginata. Whether you ever talked about someone named Seishu. Yukikaze frowned, clearly turning the memory over again now that she had an audience taking it seriously. I told her to mind her own business. She smiled at me like I'd said something funny and walked off. Seishu, Mizuki repeated quietly, and something in the flatness of her voice made the temperature of the room drop by several degrees. That name belongs to an old conflict. One I had hoped stayed buried. Old conflict like the one that took Dad? Yukikaze asked, quiet now, all her earlier irritation burned away into something more careful. Mizuki did not answer immediately, and the silence stretched long enough that Issei reached under the table and found her hand, offering the small steadying pressure of his fingers around hers without a word. She squeezed back, gratefully, before finally speaking. Related to it. Not the same thing, precisely, but braided from the same roots. There are factions among our enemies who remember old grudges long after the humans who caused them have died, and there are also, unfortunately, humans who choose to align themselves with those factions for reasons of their own. She set her chopsticks down carefully. If someone is asking after me by that name specifically, it means someone remembers, and has decided the memory is worth acting on. Should I be worried about this transfer student specifically? Yukikaze asked. You should be cautious. Not paranoid, not yet, but cautious. Do not engage with her further if you can avoid it, and tell me immediately if she approaches you again. Mizuki's expression had settled into the same hard focus Issei had first seen the night they met, the retired soldier surfacing fully now beneath the calm exterior of the woman who cooked breakfast and corrected footwork in the mornings. I will make some inquiries of my own. The inquiries over the following days turned up little that was reassuring. Old contacts within Mizuki's former unit confirmed rumors of movement among fragments of the old Seishu-affiliated networks, quiet reorganization happening in shadows that had gone still for years, patient and unhurried in a way that suggested whoever was directing it was in no rush and entirely confident of eventual success. They are testing the waters, Mizuki said one evening, spreading old case files across the low table that Issei had never seen her open before, records from a war she had clearly hoped to leave permanently behind her. Confirming whether I still have connections worth disrupting. Whether I still have anything left to lose. Issei looked at the files, then at her, then down the hall toward Yukikaze's closed door, where the muffled sound of homework-related frustration was audible even through the wood. You have plenty left to lose, he said quietly. Which means we have plenty worth protecting. Mizuki's eyes lifted to his, and for a moment the careful composure cracked just slightly, revealing the fear underneath that she rarely let either of them see, the fear of a woman who had already buried one husband to this exact kind of quiet, patient malice, and could not bear the thought of the pattern repeating. I cannot lose you too, she said barely above a whisper. Either of you. I do not think I would survive it a second time. You won't have to find out, Issei said, and meant it with the same unshakable certainty that had carried him through every impossible fight of his strange, improbable life. Whatever's coming, we face it together. That's the whole point of being a family, right? Nobody stands alone. Mizuki did not answer in words, only leaned into him, and Issei wrapped an arm around her shoulders and held on, understanding, with the particular clarity that only comes in moments of quiet before a coming storm, that the peaceful chapter of their life together was drawing to a close, and something larger, older, and far more dangerous was gathering itself at the edges of the world he had fallen into, patient and watching, waiting for the moment it judged best to finally announce itself. Outside, the orange-tinted moon rose slowly over a city that did not yet know what was coming, and somewhere beyond its light, old grudges stirred, and a girl with an Igawa cousin's smile filed away everything she had learned, and made her own quiet report to something that had been waiting a very long time for exactly this opportunity. The peace would hold a little longer. But not, Issei suspected, for very much longer at all. Chapter 8. The confirmation came on a night with no moon at all, which Mizuki later said should have been warning enough on its own, since in this world the sky rarely went fully dark without a reason. Issei had taken to walking the perimeter of the district each evening after dinner, a habit born less out of formal duty and more out of the same restless protective instinct that had once had him patrolling the edges of Ko long after everyone else had gone to bed. He was 3 streets from home when he felt it again, that same heavy, ancient pressure settling across his awareness, except this time it did not fade after a few seconds. This time it held, steady, deliberate, and beneath it, unmistakably, the presence of something moving with intent. He was back at the house in under a minute, bursting through the front gate hard enough to rattle it on its hinges, and found Mizuki already on her feet in the courtyard, naginata in hand, her eyes fixed on the darkened tree line beyond the low wall. You felt it too, she said, not a question. Where's Yukikaze? Inside. I told her to stay low. Mizuki's voice was steady, but her knuckles were white around the haft of her weapon. Issei, this is not one of the creatures we have faced before. This is something else. The tree line beyond the wall shifted, and a figure stepped out into what little light the paper lanterns cast, and Issei's first thought, absurdly, was that she looked almost ordinary, a young woman in a Seishu Academy uniform, dark hair falling loose around her shoulders, the same face Yukikaze had described days before, pleasant, unremarkable, except for the eyes, which held none of the warmth her expression tried to suggest. Mizuki Shiranui, the girl said, and her voice carried an undertone that did not belong to anything human, layered, resonant, wrong in a way Issei felt in his teeth. You have been very difficult to reach. I had hoped the direct approach would prove unnecessary, but patience only extends so far, even for something as old as what I serve. Whatever you are, Mizuki said, stepping forward, placing herself squarely between the figure and the house. You should turn around and leave the way you came. This is your only warning. The girl smiled, and something rippled beneath her skin, brief and wrong, there and gone. I am not here to fight you tonight, Shiranui. I am here to deliver a message, from someone who remembers old debts very well, and has decided the time has finally come to collect on them. He knows what you have built here. A husband. A daughter who is growing strong. A new family, stitched together out of grief and stubborn hope. Her smile widened, and it was no longer even trying to look human. He finds it charming. He also finds it useful. Nothing sharpens a blade quite like the fear of losing something worth protecting. Issei's gauntlet ignited without conscious decision, scarlet light spilling across the dark courtyard, and Drake's growl rumbled low and dangerous beneath his skin. You can tell whoever sent you that if he wants to test that theory, he can come do it himself, instead of sending a messenger to talk in circles. The girl's eyes flicked to him properly for the first time, and something in her expression shifted, recalculated, the casual menace replaced briefly by genuine curious interest. The dragon that fell through the seam. Yes. He mentioned you might be here. He finds that development almost as interesting as the family you have built. She tilted her head, bird-like wrong. You should know, both of you, that this was never simply about an old grudge against a retired soldier. It was always about what a retired soldier chooses to protect once she believes the fighting is behind her. He is very curious to see what you will do, now that the fighting has found you again. Get out, Mizuki said, her voice gone flat and cold in a way Issei had not heard from her before, the sound of a woman standing at the exact edge of a fear she had spent 5 years trying to outrun. Now, as you wish. The girl inclined her head, mockingly polite, and began to step backward into the tree-line, the darkness seeming to gather around her as she moved, thickening, folding her silhouette into shadow until only her voice remained, drifting back across the courtyard like something already half a memory. Enjoy what time you have left before he decides patience has run its course. He does so enjoy watching families like yours discover exactly how much they are willing to sacrifice to keep what they love. And then she was gone, the darkness closing over the place she had stood, and the courtyard fell silent except for the sound of Mizuki's ragged breathing and the distant creak of the house's front door easing open, Yukikaze standing there pale-faced in the doorway, having clearly heard every word. Mom, she said, voice small in a way Issei had not heard from her since the very first days of his arrival. Who was that? Mizuki did not answer immediately. She lowered her naginata slowly, and Issei crossed the courtyard to stand beside her, his gauntlet fading back beneath his skin, and put a hand on her shoulder, steady, grounding. Someone with a very old grudge, Mizuki said finally, and it seems, a very patient master. She turned to look at both of them, her daughter in the doorway, her husband beside her, and something in her expression hardened into the particular resolve of a woman who had already decided, long before tonight, exactly how far she would go to protect the family she had built out of grief and stubborn hope. Whatever is coming, we face it the way we have faced everything else. Together. Nobody stands alone in this house. Together, Yukikaze echoed, crossing the courtyard to press herself against her mother's side, and Issei wrapped an arm around them both, the three of them standing beneath a moonless sky that had, for the first time since he had fallen into this strange and improbable life, felt genuinely dangerous. Somewhere far beyond the edges of the district, in a place that did not welcome light, something ancient and patient noted the report of its messenger with quiet satisfaction, and began, unhurried, to set the next piece of a much larger design into motion. The peaceful chapter of their life together had ended. What came next would test every promise the three of them had made to one another, in ways none of them could yet fully imagine. But they would face it together. On that point, at least, none of them had any doubt at all. Chapter 9. Nobody slept much that night. Issei sat up on the porch long after Mizuki and Yukikaze had finally, reluctantly, gone to their rooms, staring out at the tree-line where the stranger had vanished, running the exchange over and over in his mind, searching for anything useful in the tangle of threats and half-answers she had left behind. Drake stirred quietly beside his thoughts, uncharacteristically subdued. That was no ordinary servant, partner, the dragon said finally. Whatever spoke through her carried weight I have not felt since facing the old heavenly dragons in their prime. We should not underestimate whoever sent her. I know, Issei thought back. I'm not planning to. The door slid open behind him a while later, and Mizuki stepped out onto the porch, wrapped in a light robe against the night air, and settled down beside him without a word. For a while they simply sat together in silence, watching the dark tree lean, listening to the quiet sounds of a city that had no idea how close danger had come to one of its ordinary-looking houses that evening. I should tell you everything, Mizuki said eventually. About Seishu. About what happened 5 years ago. You deserve to know exactly what we are facing, not fragments. Only if you're ready, Issei said. I'm not going anywhere either way. Whenever you want to tell me, I'll listen. Mizuki leaned her head against his shoulder, and for a long moment neither of them said anything more, the weight of the evening settling into something quieter, something that felt less like fear and more like resolve. Thank you, she said finally, for staying. For choosing this. Choosing us, even knowing now what it might cost. There was never really a choice in it, Issei said honestly. Not once I met the two of you. Some things you just know are worth everything, the second you find them. Down the hall, unseen by either of them, Yukikaze stood in the shadow of her doorway, listening, and though the fear of the evening still sat heavy in her chest, something steadier had settled beside it, the quiet certainty that whatever came next, she would not be facing it as one girl alone in a house that used to feel too big and too quiet for just the two of them. She went back to bed eventually, and for the first time in longer than she could easily admit, she slept without the old familiar loneliness pressing at the edges of the dark. Above the house, the moonless sky held its silence a little while longer, patient, waiting, and far beyond the edges of the city, something ancient continued turning the slow gears of a design that had already begun, whether the family sleeping beneath that dark sky was ready for it or not. Act 2. Chapter 1. The morning after the messenger's visit, Mizuki laid out everything she had kept buried for 5 years. She spread the old case files across the low table again, and this time she did not stop at the surface details, walking Issei and Yukikaze both through the full shape of what had happened the year her husband died. A splinter faction of humans and demons working in uneasy alliance, calling themselves the Seishu Remnant, had spent years trying to carve out territory along the old harbor lines, and Mizuki's unit had been sent to break their hold before it solidified into something permanent. They had succeeded, mostly. The remnant had scattered, its leadership killed or driven underground, and Mizuki had believed, for 5 years, that the matter was closed. We never found the one who commanded them, she admitted, tracing a finger over a photograph of a burned-out warehouse. Only lieutenants, only foot soldiers. Whoever stood above them slipped away before we ever saw their face. I told myself it did not matter, that a leaderless organization would wither on its own. She closed the file. I was wrong. It seems it did not wither. It waited. And now it's not waiting anymore, Yukikaze said quietly. No. It seems whoever leads it has decided the time has come to remind me it never truly ended. Mizuki looked up at both of them, her expression carved from the same steady resolve Issei had come to recognize as her armor against fear. I do not know what they want beyond old vengeance. But I know they are patient, and patient enemies are the most dangerous kind, because they choose their moment rather than being forced into one. Issei studied the files spread across the table, the burned warehouse, the grainy photographs of masked figures, and felt dregs stir faintly beneath his skin, a low current of attention rather than alarm. Partner, the dragon said, quiet enough that only Issei could hear it. Whatever spoke through that girl last night was not merely a demon aligned with a human faction. I felt something behind her voice that tasted old in a way none of these files can explain. Whoever truly commands this remnant may not be entirely of this world's making. Not entirely of this world, Issei repeated silently. Great. Just what we needed. He kept the thought to himself for the moment, unwilling to add more weight to an already heavy morning, but he filed it away carefully, the same way Mizuki had clearly spent years filing away every fragment of information that might one day matter. So what do we do? Yukikaze asked, arms crossed, chin lifted in the particular defiant posture she wore whenever fear tried to get the better of her, and she refused to let it show. Just wait for them to make the next move? No, Mizuki said. We prepare. We strengthen what defenses we have, we reconnect with contacts I have not spoken to in years, and we make certain that whoever comes for this family finds it far harder to reach than they expect. She looked at Issei. That means your training accelerates. Whatever power you carry, we will need all of it, and soon. I'm ready, Issei said, and meant it. And me, Yukikaze added immediately, before either adult could suggest otherwise. I'm not sitting this out. I'm a Taimanin too, even if I'm still in training. If this comes for our house, it comes for me either way, so I'd rather be able to fight back than hide in my room hoping it goes away. Mizuki studied her daughter for a long moment, clearly weighing the instinct to protect against the respect she held for a girl who had inherited more of her mother's stubbornness than either of them usually acknowledged out loud. Very well, she said finally. But you train under supervision, and you do not act alone. Is that understood? Understood. The days that followed took on a new intensity. Mornings that had once been gentle instruction became rigorous drilling, Mizuki pushing both Issei and Yukikaze through forms and scenarios with an urgency that had not been present before, every session ending with all three of them soaked in sweat and breathing hard. Issei found his control over the boosted gears sharpening under the pressure, the doubling coming faster, cleaner, the gap between thought and transformation narrowing with each passing day, while Yukikaze's marksmanship, already impressive for someone her age, grew steadily more precise under her mother's relentless correction. In the evenings, Mizuki worked the phones and the old contacts, calling in favors from former comrades scattered across the region, piecing together whatever fragments of information anyone could offer about renewed Seisha remnant activity. The picture that emerged was not reassuring. Reports of strange disappearances along the old harbor district. Whispers of a new commander operating with a level of coordination the remnant had never shown before its scattering. And more troubling still, a pattern of recruitment specifically targeting families with old grievances against the original Taimanin units that had broken the faction 5 years prior. They are not simply rebuilding, Mizuki said one night, staring at a map spread across the table, red pins marking every confirmed sighting. They are settling scores. Ours is not the only family that fought them once. If the pattern holds, we will not be the only target. Then maybe we're not the only ones who should know what's coming, Issei said. If there are other families out there who fought this remnant before, don't they deserve a warning? Mizuki looked at him, something considering in her gaze, and then, slowly, nodded. You are right. I have spent 5 years trying to keep this behind me rather than facing that others might need to know it never truly ended. That was a mistake. She reached for her phone again. Tomorrow, I will begin making calls I should have made years ago. Chapter 2. The first name on Mizuki's list belonged to a woman named Koori Akiyama, a former Taimanin who had fought alongside Mizuki in the original campaign against the Seisha remnant, and had since settled into a quieter life running a small dojo on the edge of the residential district. She agreed to meet the following afternoon, and Issei accompanied Mizuki while Yukikaze, over vocal protest, remained home under strict instruction to keep the doors locked and her pistols within reach. Koori turned out to be a broad-shouldered woman in her 40s with a scar along one cheekbone and eyes that assessed Issei with the same instant professional wariness Mizuki had shown the night they met, though it softened considerably once Mizuki explained briefly who he was and what he had already done to help defend the household. A dragon in human skin, Koori said, looking Issei over with open curiosity once the introductions were finished. That is not something I have encountered before. The old stories speak of dragons, of course, but nothing quite like what you describe. It's a long story, Issei said, but the short version is I'm on your side, and I'm not going anywhere while there's a threat hanging over this family. Koori's mouth twitched into something like approval. Good answer. She turned back to Mizuki, her expression sobering. You are not the first to come to me with this news, Shiranui. 2 weeks ago, the Tachibana family reported a break-in at their home. Nothing stolen, only a warning left behind, a symbol we both recognize from the old remnant banners. And Sato lost contact with his youngest daughter for nearly 6 hours last week before she turned up safe, though shaken, claiming she had been followed by someone who never quite let her see their face. Mizuki's expression darkened further with every report. Then it is worse than I feared. This is not a single grudge focused on my family. This is a coordinated campaign. It would seem so. Kaori crossed her arms. The question is what we intend to do about it. I am no longer young enough to charge into the harbor district the way we once did, Shiranui, but I still remember how, and I still have contacts who feel the same. If you are gathering the old network again, I will stand with you. I am not gathering an army, Mizuki said carefully. Not yet. First I want information. Whoever commands the remnant now is more coordinated, more patient, and possibly not entirely human, if what my husband's stepson tells me is correct. She glanced at Issei, and something in the casual use of the word stepson, spoken aloud for the first time in front of someone outside their household, made Issei's chest tighten with an unexpected warmth, even amid the grim conversation. I want to know who we are truly facing before anyone charges into danger unprepared. Kaori nodded slowly. Then let me make some calls of my own. If there is a pattern to this, my contacts along the harbor may have noticed something useful. Give me 2 days. They left the dojo with more questions than answers, but Issei found himself oddly steadied by the visit nonetheless, by the simple fact that Mizuki was no longer facing this threat with only 2 people standing beside her, that an entire network of former comrades still existed, ready to answer the call when it finally came. He said as much on the walk home, and Mizuki was quiet for a while before responding. For 5 years I told myself that staying separate from that world, staying quiet, staying hidden, was the safest way to protect Yukikaze, she said. I see now that isolation was never truly safety. It only delayed the moment I would need help and have none to call on. She glanced at him. You have taught me something these past months that I had forgotten. That the strongest walls are the ones built by more than one pair of hands. I didn't teach you anything, Issei said. You already knew it. You just needed a reason to remember. Mizuki smiled at that, small and genuine, and reached for his hand as they walked the rest of the way home together beneath a sky that had not fully shed its uneasy stillness since the night the messenger came. Chapter 3. 2 days later, Kaori's information arrived, and it was worse than any of them had hoped. She came to the house herself this time, spreading a set of hastily copied documents across the low table, her expression grim in a way that made even Yukikaze fall silent and attentive rather than restless. The pattern is deliberate, Kaori said without preamble. Every family targeted fought in the original campaign against the remnant. Every warning left behind carries the same symbol, and every symbol has been found closer to the harbor with each incident, as though whoever is doing this wants us drawn there eventually, rather than simply terrorized from a distance. A trap, Mizuki said flatly. Likely. But more than that. Kaori pulled out a final document, a photograph, grainy but unmistakable, showing a warehouse structure along the old harbor line that Issei recognized immediately as the site of the battle he and Mizuki had fought weeks earlier. My contacts report increased activity here specifically. Reinforced defenses. Regular deliveries in the dead of night. Whatever is being built there, it is being built quickly, and with resources the old remnant never had access to before. Resources from where? Issei asked. Kaori hesitated, glancing at Mizuki before answering. There are rumors. Nothing confirmed. But some of my oldest contacts speak of something ancient stirring beneath the harbor district, something that predates even the founding of our order, that the original remnant may have stumbled into rather than created from nothing. If that rumor holds any truth, then we are no longer dealing merely with a faction seeking revenge. We may be dealing with something using that faction as a convenient tool toward a far larger purpose. The room went quiet. Issei felt Draig's attention sharpen within him, a low resonant hum of confirmation. She is not wrong to be cautious, partner, the dragon murmured. What I sensed the night the messenger came was old enough that I do not believe it originated in this era at all. If something ancient has been waiting beneath this harbor for the right instrument to wake it, a scattered faction of the vengeful and the desperate would make an excellent tool. Easily led? Easily discarded once its purpose is served. Issei relayed the thought aloud, carefully, watching Mizuki's face pale slightly as she absorbed it. Then whatever we do next, Mizuki said slowly, we cannot simply strike at the remnant and consider the matter closed. If something older stands behind them, cutting away the visible threat, may only clear the path for something far worse to step forward in its place. So we need more information before we move, Yukikaze said, and there was a new steadiness in her voice that Issei had not heard from her before, the sound of a girl growing, under pressure, into someone capable of standing beside the adults in the room rather than merely being protected by them. We can't fight what we don't understand. Precisely, Mizuki said, and something like pride flickered briefly across her expression despite the gravity of the moment. Kaori, can your contacts get closer to that warehouse without triggering an alarm? We need eyes inside before we commit to anything. Kaori nodded slowly. I can try. Carefully. Give me until the end of the week. The week that followed stretched taut with attention none of them fully voiced but all of them felt, training sessions growing sharper, dinners quieter, the household settling into the particular watchful rhythm of a family bracing for a storm they knew was coming but could not yet see clearly. Yukikaze took to sleeping with her pistols within arm's reach, a habit Mizuki did not comment on, understanding it for what it was rather than treating it as excessive. It was on the fifth night of that tense waiting that Issei found Yukikaze sitting alone on the porch long after she should have been asleep, staring out at the same dark tree-line where the messenger had vanished weeks before. Can't sleep? He asked, settling down beside her. Keep thinking about what Kaori said? Something ancient, using the remnant as a tool. She hugged her knees to her chest. What if it's stronger than anything we've fought before? What if training isn't enough? Issei considered the question seriously, the way he had learned, over the months, that Yukikaze deserved honesty rather than empty reassurance. I've fought things that felt impossible before. Gods, dragons older than history, forces that made an entire war look small by comparison. Every time, the thing that actually got us through wasn't just strength. It was not fighting alone. He nudged her shoulder gently. You've got your mom, and you've got me, and apparently a whole network of your mom's old comrades who are willing to show up when it matters. That's not nothing. That's actually a lot. Yukikaze was quiet for a moment, turning that over. You really believe that? That we can handle whatever this is? I believe we've got a better chance together than anyone facing this alone ever would, Issei said honestly. That's not the same as guaranteed. But it's enough to fight for. She leaned against his shoulder, small and steadying, the way she had begun doing more often over the past months whenever the fear got too large to carry silently. Thanks, she said quietly. For not just telling me it'll be fine. Wouldn't lie to you, Issei said. You deserve better than that. They sat together a while longer beneath the dark sky, and eventually, Yukikaze's breathing evened into something closer to sleep, and Issei carried her carefully inside, tucking her into bed with the quiet, practiced ease of someone who had, somewhere in the past months, become genuinely, fully, a father in every sense that mattered beyond blood, and stood in her doorway for a long moment afterward, watching her sleep. Before returning to where Mizuki waited for him, and together they kept a silent, watchful vigil late into the night. Chapter 4. Kaori's report, when it finally came, arrived faster than expected and carried worse news than any of them had prepared for. She burst through the front gate 2 days early, breathless, one arm wrapped tightly against her ribs in a way that spoke of an injury sustained recently and hastily bandaged, and Mizuki was on her feet instantly, pulling her inside before she could finish explaining. They caught one of my scouts near the warehouse, Kaori said through gritted teeth as Mizuki examined the wound, a shallow but ugly gash along her forearm. Interrogated him before we could extract him. We do not know how much he told them, but given what he knew, I would assume the worst. Shiranui, they know we are watching. They may already know about your household specifically. Issei's stomach dropped. Yukikaze's at school. I will go, Mizuki said instantly, already reaching for her naginata, but Issei caught her arm. I'm faster. Let me go, you stay and coordinate with Kaori on what we do next. I'll bring her home safe. Mizuki hesitated only a fraction of a second before nodding, trust overriding instinct in a way that Issei recognized as one of the deepest compliments she had ever paid him. Go. Hurry. He ran the entire distance to Seishu Academy at a pace that would have been impossible without the boosted gear's quiet augmentation humming beneath his skin, arriving at the school gates breathless and scanning the crowds of students filtering out into the afternoon sun for a familiar dark-haired figure. He found her near the front steps, backpack slung over one shoulder, mid-conversation with a friend, entirely unaware of the danger that might be closing in around her, and the relief that flooded through him at the sight of her safe was so overwhelming it nearly buckled his knees. "Issei?" Yukikaze's eyes widened as she spotted him pushing through the crowd toward her, and whatever expression was on his face must have communicated the seriousness of the situation instantly, because she said nothing further, only excused herself from her friend and fell into step beside him as he steered her away from the school grounds. "What happened?" "Kaori's scout got caught. They might know about our family specifically now. Your mom wants everyone home and together until we figure out the next move." Yukikaze's face paled, but she did not panic, falling instead into the same steady focus Issei had watched her mother wear so many times before. "Okay. Let's move." They were 3 blocks from the school when the ambush came. It happened fast, the way real danger always did, a coordinated strike rather than a chance encounter, 3 cloaked figures dropping from the rooftops above to block the street ahead while 2 more closed in from behind, and Issei's gauntlet ignited before his conscious mind had fully processed the threat, the familiar surge of scarlet light wrapping his forearm as he pulled Yukikaze protectively behind him. "Taimanin brat," one of the figures said, voice muffled beneath a cloth mask, "and her mother's new pet dragon. Our master will be pleased to see both of you delivered." "Not happening," Issei said, and the fight began. It was chaos in the narrow street, 5 against 2, but Issei's raw power combined with Yukikaze's precise, disciplined marksmanship proved a difficult combination to overcome, each of them covering the other's weaknesses instinctively despite having never trained specifically for this exact scenario. Issei absorbed blows that would have crippled an ordinary fighter, using his own body as a wall between the attackers and Yukikaze while she picked off openings with a coldly efficient precision that spoke to how thoroughly her mother's training had settled into her instincts. 2 of the cloaked figures went down quickly beneath Issei's overwhelming strength, but the remaining 3 proved more coordinated, working together with a discipline that suggested real training rather than desperate improvisation, and one of them managed to slip past Issei's guard entirely, lunging directly for Yukikaze with a curved blade aimed at her exposed side. Issei did not think. He simply moved, throwing himself between the blade and the girl he had come, over the past months, to love as fiercely as if she had always been his own, and the blade caught him across the ribs instead, a burning line of pain that would have dropped an ordinary man to his knees. It barely slowed him down. He turned, roaring, and the surge of protective fury that followed drove the boosted gear into overdrive, 3 rapid doublings stacking on top of each other until the power thrumming through his limbs felt less like strength and more like an avalanche given human shape, and the remaining attackers, sensing too late that they had badly misjudged what they were dealing with, tried to flee. Only one of them made it more than a few steps before Issei caught him by the collar and slammed him hard enough into the pavement to end the fight decisively without ending his life, some careful instinct even in his fury holding back the killing blow, because Mizuki would need someone alive to question. Silence fell over the street, broken only by Issei's heavy breathing and the distant wail of sirens beginning somewhere in the district, drawn by the noise of the fight. "Issei!" Yukikaze was at his side instantly, hands hovering uselessly over the wound at his ribs, her earlier composure cracking entirely into raw panic now that the immediate danger had passed. "You're bleeding, you're really bleeding, we need to." "I'm fine," Issei said, though the pain in his side argued otherwise. "It looks worse than it is. Come on, we need to get you home. You just got stabbed protecting me and you're telling me you're fine?" Yukikaze's voice cracked, somewhere between fury and terror. "Don't do that. Don't just brush it off like it doesn't matter." Issei looked at her properly then, at the fear written openly across her face for perhaps the first time since he had known her, and something in his chest ached with a tenderness that had nothing to do with the wound at his side. "Hey," he said gently, "I'm not going anywhere. I promise you that. A cut like this isn't going to be what takes me from you. Not after everything else I've survived." Yukikaze did not look reassured, but she nodded anyway, wiping angrily at her eyes, and helped him the rest of the way home, one of his arms slung over her shoulders for support he did not strictly need but accepted anyway, because he understood that letting her help him in that moment mattered more than his pride. Mizuki met them at the gate, and the sight of Issei's bloodied side stripped every ounce of composure from her expression in an instant, replaced by a raw fear Issei had only glimpsed once before, the night the messenger came. Inside, she said, voice tight, already moving to support his other side. Now, they got him settled and the wound properly cleaned and bandaged within the hour, Mizuki's hand steady despite the fear still visible in her eyes, years of field medicine surfacing beneath the panic of a wife tending her husband's injury for the first time. Yukikaze hovered nearby the entire time, unwilling to leave the room, and when the bandaging was finally finished and Issei lay resting against a stack of cushions, both of them settled close beside him, the three of them forming a small, exhausted, tightly bound unit against the fear the day had brought. They knew where to find her, Mizuki said quietly, once the immediate crisis had passed and the adrenaline had begun to drain from all of them. They knew her school, her route home. This was not a random strike. Someone gave them that information. The transfer student, Yukikaze said suddenly, sitting up straight. The Igawa cousin. She's the only new person who's had eyes on me the whole time. What if she's been feeding them information from the start? Mizuki's expression hardened into something dangerous. Then tomorrow, we do not send you back to that school until we know for certain. And if she is what we suspect, she will answer for every family this campaign has already harmed. Issei, despite the ache in his side, found himself reaching for both their hands, and neither of them pulled away. Whatever's coming, he said, we're already stronger than they expected. That ambush should have taken both of us down easily if they judged us correctly. They didn't. That's worth remembering. It is, Mizuki agreed, though the fear in her eyes had not fully faded. But it also means whoever commands them now knows exactly how badly they underestimated us. The next attempt will not make the same mistake. Outside, the sun set slowly over a city that did not yet fully understand the storm gathering beneath its harbor district, and inside the small house that had become, against every improbable odds, a genuine home, a family held onto each other a little tighter than usual, bracing together for whatever came next. Chapter 5. Yukikaze did not go back to Seishu Academy the next morning, or the morning after that. Mizuki made the call herself, informing the school of a family emergency that required her daughter's temporary absence, and though Yukikaze chafed visibly against the confinement, she did not argue the decision, understanding well enough by now exactly what kind of danger justified it. Instead, the household turned its full attention toward identifying the transfer student Yukikaze had described, the Igawa cousin whose pointed questions had first raised the alarm weeks earlier. Kaori, still nursing her bandaged arm, pulled what records she could through old contacts within the academy administration, and by the second afternoon she arrived at the house with a printed photograph and a name. Sakura Igawa, Kaori said, setting the photograph on the low table. Officially a cousin of the main Igawa line, transferred from a branch academy 3 months ago. Records look legitimate on the surface, but I had a contact dig deeper. The branch academy she supposedly transferred from has no record of her ever attending. Mizuki studied the photograph, the same pleasant, unremarkable face Yukikaze had described, dark hair, polite smile, nothing outwardly threatening. A false identity, then? Constructed carefully enough to survive a surface inspection. Constructed by someone with real resources, Kaori agreed. This is not the work of a scattered remnant faction operating on desperation and old grudges. Whoever built this cover had access to academy record systems that should have been far outside their reach. Issei, sitting nearby with his ribs still tender beneath fresh bandaging, frowned at the photograph. So she's not just a spy. She's a plant, placed carefully, probably a long time before any of this started. That would explain the timing of her questions, Mizuki said slowly. She did not need to search for information about me. She already knew who I was and where to find me. Her presence at that school was never coincidence. It was preparation, laid months, perhaps years, in advance. Her expression darkened further. Which means whatever we are facing has been planning this far longer than a simple response to old grudges reawakening. Drake stirred within Issei's arm, low and thoughtful. Long preparation suggests patience beyond what a mere faction of the vengeful typically possesses, partner. This confirms my earlier suspicion. Something older stands behind this, and it has been arranging its pieces with great care for a very long time. We need to talk to her directly, Yukikaze said, arms crossed, jaw set with the particular stubbornness that Issei had learned meant she would not be easily talked out of whatever she was about to suggest. Not confront her at school, that's too public, too many ways for her to slip away or claim we're crazy. But if we can catch her somewhere quiet, alone, we might get real answers. Absolutely not, Mizuki said immediately. You are not putting yourself anywhere near her again, not after what happened yesterday. Mom, she already knows where I go to school. She probably already knows where we live. Hiding from her isn't protecting me anymore, it's just delaying whatever's already coming. Yukikaze's voice carried none of its usual teenage petulance now, only a clear-eyed pragmatism that made Issei's chest ache with a complicated mixture of pride and fear. I'm not saying I go alone. I'm saying we use the fact that she's watching me to our advantage instead of hiding from it. Mizuki looked at her daughter for a long moment, clearly warring between the instinct to protect and the respect she could not quite suppress for the tactical soundness of the suggestion. Issei, watching the exchange, found himself thinking of every time Rias had faced a similar impossible calculation, weighing safety against necessity, and understood, not for the first time, that some burdens simply did not have a version that felt entirely safe. If we do this, Mizuki said finally, it happens exactly as I plan it, with every precaution I insist upon, and you will not so much as breathe without myself or Issei within immediate reach. Is that understood? Understood, Yukikaze said, relief and determination mixing openly across her face. The plan, when Mizuki finally settled on it, was deceptively simple. Yukikaze would return to school for a single day, enough to draw Sakura's attention, and would allow herself to be lured carefully into a conversation in a location the household had already scouted and secured, a quiet park 2 blocks from the academy where Mizuki and Issei could remain close enough to intervene instantly while staying out of sight until needed. It worked exactly as intended, and far worse than any of them expected. Chapter 6. Sakura Egawa approached Yukikaze in the school courtyard within 20 minutes of the first bell, exactly as predicted, her pleasant smile giving nothing away as she struck up an apparently casual conversation about a shared homework assignment. Yukikaze played her part perfectly, allowing the conversation to drift naturally toward the park after classes let out, and by the time the afternoon sun slanted low through the trees, the 2 girls sat together on a bench while Mizuki and Issei watched from a concealed vantage point 30 meters away, close enough to intervene in seconds if needed. You seem tense today, Sakura said, her voice carrying that same faint layered undertone the messenger's voice had held weeks earlier, subtle enough that only someone listening carefully would catch it at all. Everything all right at home? Fine, Yukikaze said, keeping her own voice carefully neutral. Just tired. My mom's been stressed about some old work stuff. Work stuff? Sakura's smile did not waver, but something behind her eyes sharpened, interested. Your mother was quite accomplished, before she retired. It must be strange, watching someone who once fought so fiercely choose to set that all aside for something as ordinary as a family. She didn't set it aside because it stopped mattering, Yukikaze said, an edge creeping into her voice despite her best efforts to keep the conversation casual. She set it aside because she decided I mattered more. How touching. Sakura tilted her head, the same bird-like gesture the messenger had used weeks before, and Issei, watching from concealment, felt Drake's presence surge to sudden alert attention within him. Tell me, does that new stepfather of hers understand what he has married into? A woman with as many old enemies as your mother carries is not, generally speaking, a safe choice for a peaceful life. Yukikaze's hands tightened slightly on the edge of the bench, but her voice remained steady. He understands plenty. He's still here, for now. Sakura's smile widened, and beneath it, briefly, something rippled across her features that was not remotely human, there and gone so quickly a less careful observer might have dismissed it as a trick of the afternoon light. My master finds him curious. A dragon fallen out of the sky into exactly this family, exactly this moment. He wonders whether that is coincidence, or whether something larger arranged it deliberately. The words landed like a blow, and Issei, from his concealed position, felt a cold unease settle low in his stomach that had nothing to do with the physical danger of the moment. Arranged deliberately. The thought had never occurred to him, not once, in all the months since he had fallen through that tear in reality, that his arrival might have been anything other than an accident, a random tear in the fabric between worlds. Drake's low growl in the back of his mind suggested the dragon found the suggestion no more comfortable than he did. I do not know if the creature speaks truth or merely seeks to unsettle us, partner, the dragon murmured. But we would be wise not to dismiss the possibility outright. I don't know what your master wants, Yukikaze said, her voice hardening now, the pretense of casual conversation dropping away entirely. But you can tell him this family isn't afraid of him. Whatever old grudge he's carrying, whatever plan he thinks he's building toward, we're not going to just sit here and let it happen. Brave words, for someone who nearly lost her stepfather to a simple street ambush 2 days ago, Sakura said, and the pleasant mask finally slipped away entirely, revealing beneath it something colder, older, patient in a way that made the afternoon air itself feel suddenly heavier. That was merely a probe, little Taimanin. A test of your defenses, nothing more. My master has been planning far longer than 5 years, far longer than you can likely imagine, and he does not make the mistake of moving before every piece is properly in place. Then what is he waiting for? Yukikaze demanded. Sakura's smile returned, thin and cold. The right moment. And you, little one, along with the dragon who fell so conveniently into your mother's life, have both become far more interesting pieces on his board than either of you realize. She stood, smoothing her school uniform with unhurried composure. Give your mother my regards. Tell her the reckoning she has spent 5 years dreading has already begun, whether she is ready for it or not. Issei moved before conscious thought caught up with instinct, breaking cover and closing the distance in seconds, gauntlet igniting. But Sakura was already gone, the space where she had stood dissolving into shadow that thinned and vanished into the ordinary afternoon light of the park as though she had never been there at all. Leaving behind only the lingering wrongness of her presence, and a badly shaken Yukikaze staring at the empty space where her false friend had disappeared. Mizuki reached them a heartbeat later, pulling her daughter into a tight embrace, and for a long moment nobody spoke, the three of them standing together in the quiet park while the ordinary sounds of the city continued around them, utterly indifferent to the danger that had just revealed itself so clearly. She's gone, Yukikaze said finally, voice unsteady. Just gone. Like smoke. Whatever she is, Mizuki said grimly, she is not merely human, and not merely demon either, not in any way I have encountered before. She looked at Issei, and something in her expression carried a question neither of them wanted to voice aloud. She suggested your arrival here was not accidental. I heard, Issei said quietly. I don't know if it's true. I don't know how it could be. But I don't think we can afford to just dismiss it, not with everything else that's happened. They walked home in heavy silence, each of them turning over the same unsettling possibility, and it was not until much later that night, long after Yukikaze had finally, exhausted, fallen into an uneasy sleep, that Issei found himself sitting alone in the courtyard beneath the stars, asking Drake the question that had been gnawing at him since the park. Do you think she was telling the truth? That's something arranged for me to fall here? Drake was quiet for a long while before answering, his voice unusually careful. I do not know, partner. The tear that brought you here felt, at the time, like a natural consequence of the thinning boundary Ophis warned of before we fell through it. But natural does not always mean uninfluenced. If something ancient and patient enough has been arranging pieces for longer than this world's current conflict has existed, it is not impossible that even the manner of your arrival served a purpose either of us yet understands. Issei sat with that thought for a long time beneath the quiet stars, unable to shake the unsettling weight of it, and it was Mizuki, finding him there some time later, who finally offered the words that steadied him enough to sleep. Whatever brought you here, she said, settling beside him, accident or design, I cannot bring myself to regret it. Whatever plan some ancient thing believes it is executing, it does not change what you have become to Yukikaze or to me. That much, at least, belongs entirely to us, and to no one else's design. Issei leaned into her, grateful beyond words for the steadiness of her presence, and allowed himself, finally, to rest. Chapter 7. Kaori's network moved quickly once the confrontation in the park confirmed the scale of what they were facing. old contacts reactivating across the district with the particular urgency of soldiers who recognized, at last, that the threat they had spent years believing dormant had never truly gone away. Within days, a loose coalition had formed, a dozen former Taimanin and their families, all of whom had fought the original Remnant campaign, all of whom now understood themselves to be potential targets of whatever design was unfolding beneath the harbor district. They gathered at Kaori's dojo on a quiet evening, the mats cleared away to make room for a war council unlike anything the space had hosted in years, Mizuki standing at its center with a confidence Issei had not seen from her since the earliest days of their acquaintance, the retired soldier fully resurfaced now, sharpened by necessity into something formidable. "We move against the warehouse," she said, laying out the plan she and Kaori had spent the previous days refining. "Not to destroy it outright, we do not yet know enough about what we would be facing to risk a full assault, but to gather intelligence directly, to confirm exactly what has been built there and what commands it. A small team, moving quietly, in and out before any alarm can be raised. And if something is raised anyway?" one of the older Taimanin asked. "Then the rest of us provide cover and extraction," Kaori said. "This is reconnaissance, not war, not yet. We do not commit everything until we understand exactly what we are committing against." The team that would enter the warehouse itself was small by design, Mizuki insisting on minimal numbers to reduce the chance of detection, and after considerable argument, she reluctantly agreed to include Issei, whose strength and durability made him the safest choice for point position should things go wrong, alongside herself and one of Kaori's most trusted operatives, a quiet, capable woman named Reika who specialized in infiltration. Yukikaze was, over vehement protest, left behind at Kaori's dojo under the watch of two experienced Taimanin who Mizuki trusted completely, a compromise that satisfied no one entirely but that even Yukikaze grudgingly accepted as the only sensible option, given how directly she herself had already been targeted. "Come back," she told Issei fiercely before they left, gripping the front of his jacket with both hands. "Both of you." "I mean it. We will," Issei promised, and meant it with everything he had. The infiltration itself unfolded with a tension Issei had rarely felt even amid the highest-stakes battles of his old life, moving through darkened streets toward the harbor district with Mizuki and Reika flanking him in careful, practiced silence, the three of them slipping between shadows with a coordination that felt, despite the danger, almost natural, the product of weeks of shared training finally proving its worth. The warehouse, when they reached it, bore little resemblance to the burned-out husk Issei remembered from his fight weeks earlier. It had been rebuilt, reinforced, strange symbols etched into its walls that pulsed faintly with a sickly violet light matching the eyes of the creatures they had fought that first terrible week, and even from a distance, Issei could feel a pressure emanating from the structure that made his skin crawl, the same ancient, patient weight he had felt the night the messenger first appeared. They found a gap in the perimeter defenses exactly where Kaori's scouts had indicated, slipping inside through a maintenance access that led down into a lower level none of the earlier reconnaissance had been able to map, and what they found there stole the breath from Issei's lungs. The lower chamber was vast, far larger than the warehouse above should have been able to contain, its walls lined with more of the pulsing violet symbols, and at its center stood a structure that could only be described as an altar, ancient stonework that did not match the modern warehouse surrounding it at all, as though it had been unearthed from somewhere far older and repurposed for a design Issei could not begin to guess at. Robed figures moved around it in quiet, methodical ritual, chanting in a language that hurt to listen to, and above the altar, suspended in the air by no visible support, hung a fragment of something that looked, impossibly, like a shard of broken sky, dark and starless, radiating the same ancient pressure Issei had felt from the very first night the messenger appeared. "What is that?" Reika breathed, barely audible. Mizuki's face had gone pale in the dim light. "I do not know. I have never seen anything like it in all my years fighting this war." Drake's voice, when it came, carried a gravity Issei had rarely heard from the ancient dragon, even across every battle they had faced together. "Partner. That fragment. I recognize its nature though not its precise origin. It is a piece of something torn from between worlds, the same kind of tear that likely brought you here. Someone, or something, has been deliberately gathering fragments of the boundary between realities, and I believe, now, that this warehouse is not merely a base of operations. It is a workshop, built to widen an existing tier into something far larger, and far more dangerous, than anything that has passed through it so far. The implication settled over Issei like a physical weight. Not a war of old grudges after all, not truly, but something far larger, a design aimed at tearing open the very fabric that separated this world from countless others, and the Seishu remnant, with all its vengeance and old grievances, merely the convenient, expendable instrument being used to build it. A sound from deeper in the chamber made all three of them freeze. Footsteps, approaching, and a voice, resonant and layered in exactly the way the messengers had been, speaking not to them, not yet, but to the robed figures gathered around the altar. The final fragment approaches completion, the voice said, cold satisfaction threading through every syllable. Soon, the seam will widen enough to pull through everything we require. And when it does, little Taimanin Shiranui and her borrowed dragon will finally understand exactly what price their happiness was always going to cost. Mizuki's hand tightened around her naginata, and Issei felt the surge of protective fury building in his own chest even as his mind raced through the implications of what they had just overheard. They had found far more than reconnaissance. They had found the true shape of the threat, and it was larger, and far more dangerous, than any of them had dared imagine. "We need to leave," Mizuki whispered, already beginning to retreat toward the access point they had entered through. "Now, before we are discovered. This changes everything. We cannot fight this alone, not with what we have just seen." They retreated as carefully as they had entered, every step measured, every breath controlled, and made it back to the surface and into the concealing darkness of the surrounding streets without raising an alarm, though the weight of what they had witnessed followed them the entire way home, heavy and cold, settling over the household like a shadow that would not lift. Chapter 8. They gathered the full coalition again the following evening, and this time, Mizuki did not hold anything back, describing exactly what they had found beneath the warehouse, the altar, the fragment of broken sky, the ritual clearly aimed at widening whatever tear had first brought Issei stumbling into their world. The room absorbed the news in heavy silence. Old soldiers who had thought they understood the shape of the war they fought suddenly confronting the possibility that it had always been something far larger than any of them realized. "If they succeed in widening this seam," Kaori said slowly, once the initial shock had settled enough for practical discussion, "what exactly comes through it?" "I do not know," Mizuki admitted. "But given what came through unintentionally when the boundary first thinned, I do not believe we want to find out what arrives when someone widens it deliberately." Issei, sitting beside her, felt Drake's attention settle heavily within him, and relayed the dragon's assessment carefully to the assembled group. "Whatever is directing this, it's not native to either your world or mine. Something ancient, something that's been patient enough to plan this for years, using an old grudge as cover for a much bigger goal. I don't think stopping the remnant alone solves anything. We need to stop whatever's using them before that seam opens all the way. Then we do not have the luxury of a slow, careful campaign," Mizuki said. "We move against that warehouse directly, and soon, before the ritual reaches whatever completion that voice described. I would rather face this threat on our terms than wait for it to finish its work and choose the moment for us." The coalition debated late into the night, old soldiers weighing risk against necessity with the hard-eyed pragmatism of people who had faced impossible odds before and survived them, and by the time the meeting finally broke, a plan had taken rough shape, an assault timed for within the week, once final reconnaissance confirmed the ritual's exact timeline and every available resource had been properly mobilized. Issei walked home beside Mizuki through streets grown suddenly more precious for how fragile their peace now felt, and neither of them spoke until they reached the front gate, where Yukikaze was waiting, having refused to sleep until they returned safely. She threw herself at both of them the moment they stepped through the gate, and Issei wrapped his arms around her and Mizuki both, holding on tightly, understanding, with a clarity that settled deep into his bones, that whatever came in the days ahead, whatever ancient design was unfolding beneath the city's harbor, the thing worth protecting had never been more clear to him than it was in this exact moment. The two people standing in the circle of his arms, warm and alive and entirely, irreplaceably his to protect. "We're okay," Mizuki murmured into the quiet of the night, one hand smoothing over Yukikaze's hair the way she always did when the fear ran deepest. "We're together, and we're okay." Above them, the orange-tinted moon hung steady in a sky that did not yet betray how close it stood to being torn wide open, and somewhere beneath the harbor district, robed figures continued their patient ritual, drawing ever nearer to whatever terrible completion their ancient master had been so carefully, patiently building toward. The reckoning Sakura had promised was close now, closer than any of them had truly understood until that night in the warehouse's hidden depths. But the family standing together in that small courtyard, hands clasped, hearts steady despite the fear, had already decided, without needing to say it aloud again, exactly how they intended to meet it. Together, or not at all. Chapter 9. The days leading up to the planned assault passed in a strange, suspended quiet, the household holding its breath even as ordinary routines continued around the edges of the coming storm. Mizuki spent long hours coordinating with Kaori and the coalition, refining timelines and contingencies, while Issei's training intensified further still, every spare hour devoted to sharpening the control he would need if the coming fight demanded everything he had to give. Yukikaze, though still barred from the assault itself over her own strenuous objections, found her own role in the preparations, her sharp mind proving unexpectedly valuable in the planning sessions, spotting gaps in the timeline that even the experienced soldiers had overlooked, until Mizuki finally relented and allowed her a seat at the planning table itself, not as a fighter, but as a strategist whose instincts had clearly inherited more of her mother's tactical mind than either of them had previously given her credit for. "You'd have made a good commander," Kaori told her one evening, studying the corrections Yukikaze had made to the warehouse approach routes. "Your mother was always better at execution than planning. You might be better at both." Yukikaze flushed with pleased embarrassment, glancing toward her mother, who smiled with an unmistakable pride that needed no words to convey. It was on the final evening before the planned assault that Issei found a quiet moment alone with Mizuki, the two of them sitting together on the porch while Yukikaze slept, exhausted from days of preparation, down the hall. The air had the particular stillness of a night before a storm, heavy with everything unspoken between them. "Are you afraid?" Issei asked quietly. Mizuki was silent for a long moment before answering. "Yes. Not for myself. I have faced death before and made my peace with the possibility long ago. But for the two of you, for what this family has become, I find myself afraid in ways I had almost forgotten how to feel." She turned to look at him, her expression open in a way she rarely allowed even now, months into their marriage. "I do not know what tomorrow brings. I only know that whatever it costs us, I will not regret a single day of the life we have built together, however brief it may prove to be." "It's not going to be brief," Issei said, with the same unshakable certainty that had carried him through every impossible fight of his strange, improbable life. "We're going to walk into that warehouse, we're going to stop whatever's being built down there, and we're going to come home. All of us. That's not hope talking. That's a promise." Mizuki studied him for a long moment, and then, slowly, something in her expression eased, the fear not gone entirely but softened, steadied by the certainty in his voice. "I have learned, these past months, to trust your promises more than I ever expected to trust anyone's again." She leaned into him, and he wrapped an arm around her, holding on beneath the quiet stars. "Whatever tomorrow brings, we face it as we agreed. Together." "Together," Issei echoed. They sat like that for a long while, neither speaking further, simply drawing strength from each other's presence in the last quiet hours before everything changed, and somewhere beneath the harbor district, unaware of the storm gathering against it, the patient ritual continued its slow, methodical work toward a completion that would, one way or another, bring the peaceful chapter of their life to its final, decisive test. Above them, the orange-tinted moon began its slow descent toward morning, and Issei Hyoudou, Dragon Emperor fallen through a tear between worlds into a family he had never expected to find, closed his eyes and allowed himself, for just a little while longer, to simply be grateful for everything he had been given, before the fight that would decide all of their futures finally arrived. Tomorrow, they would descend into the dark beneath the harbor together, and whatever waited for them there, they would meet it the way they had met everything else since the night a dragon fell out of the sky into a woman's life, and, against every improbable odds, chose to stay. Not as strangers bound by chance, but as a family bound by choice, standing together against whatever the dark still had left to throw at them. Chapter 10. Dawn arrived gray and quiet, the orange moon fading into an ordinary pale sky as the household stirred earlier than usual, the weight of the day ahead settling over every small, ordinary motion of breakfast and preparation. Yukikaze insisted on cooking that morning, an unusual gesture that neither adult questioned aloud, understanding it for what it was, a way of contributing something steady and normal to a day that promised to be either. You'll check in, she said, setting plates down with more care than usual, the second it's over. Both of you. I don't care what time it is. The second it's over, Mizuki confirmed. And you're not doing anything stupid and heroic that gets either of you hurt worse than you have to be. We'll do our best, Issei said, which earned him a sharp look that made him quickly add, okay, we'll actually try really hard not to. Kaori arrived shortly after breakfast with the final members of the assault team, the small house filling briefly with the quiet, focused energy of soldiers preparing for something they had trained years for but hoped never to face again. Weapons were checked, final routes confirmed against the latest reconnaissance, and Reika, who had accompanied Issei and Mizuki into the warehouse days before, walked the assembled team through the layout of the hidden lower chamber one final time, marking exits, marking hazards, marking the precise location of the altar and the ritual circle surrounding it. The fragment above the altar, Reika said, tapping the rough sketch she had drawn from memory, is the priority target if things go wrong and we cannot extract cleanly. Whatever it is, the dragon's assessment suggests destroying it may be the only way to stop the ritual outright if we cannot reach the one directing it in time. Issei felt Drake stir at the mention, a low thoughtful hum. That fragment radiates a nature I do not fully understand, partner, even now. Destroying it may prove more complicated than a simple application of force. But if it comes to that choice, I will lend you everything I have to see it done. I know, Issei thought back. Thank you. The team departed in staggered groups through the early morning streets, avoiding the more obvious approaches in favor of routes Kaori's scouts had confirmed as clear, and by the time the Harbor District's warehouse came into view, gray and unremarkable in the pale morning light, betraying nothing of the ancient danger it concealed beneath its ordinary walls, Issei felt the same steady, focused calm settle over him that had carried him through every decisive battle of his life, fear folded neatly beneath purpose sharpened by everything and everyone waiting safely at home for his return. Mizuki caught his eye briefly as the team fanned out into position, and something passed between them that needed no words, a shared certainty, a shared resolve, the quiet, unbreakable understanding of two people who had built something worth any risk to protect and intended to walk back through their own front gate together before the day was through. Ready? She asked quietly. Ready, Issei confirmed, and the assault began. Act 3. Chapter 1. The maintenance access held exactly where Reika's reconnaissance had promised, and the assault team slipped through it in careful, staggered silence, descending into the same lower chamber Issei, Mizuki, and Reika had scouted days before. This time, though, the chamber was not quiet. Robed figures moved in greater numbers around the altar, their chanting louder, more urgent, and the fragment of broken sky suspended above the stonework pulsed with a light that had grown noticeably brighter since their last visit, threading dark cracks of violet energy through the air around it like slow lightning caught in glass. They're accelerating the ritual, Mizuki whispered, crouched beside Issei at the edge of the chamber's shadowed upper walkway. We may not have the time we thought we did. Kaori's voice came low through the small earpiece each member of the team wore. Positions confirmed. On your signal, Shiranui. Mizuki's eyes swept the chamber one final time, counting guards, marking exits, and Issei felt the familiar tightening in his chest that always preceded a fight he knew would matter more than most. The quiet focus that Drake's steady presence beneath his skin helped settle into something usable rather than overwhelming. Now, Mizuki said, and the chamber erupted into motion. The assault team moved with the precision of soldiers who had trained together for years, striking the perimeter guards before any alarm could be raised, and for a handful of seconds it seemed as though the plan might unfold exactly as intended, clean, controlled, decisive. Issei dropped from the walkway directly into the center of the ritual circle, gauntlet blazing scarlet, and the nearest robed figures scattered before him, more startled than combat-ready, clearly unprepared for an opponent capable of closing the distance so quickly. Then the voice from the chamber's depths spoke again, and everything changed. "Ah," it said, resonant and layered, carrying an amusement that made Issei's skin crawl even before its owner stepped into view. "The little family finally arrives to interrupt my work. How predictably brave." The figure that emerged from the shadows beyond the altar did not look like a demon in any sense Issei had encountered before, not the gaunt, bruised creatures from his first night in this world, not even the layered wrongness that had spoken through Sakura. It wore the shape of a tall, elegant man, dressed in robes that shifted color at the edges like oil on water, his face handsome in a way that felt deliberately, artificially perfected, and his eyes, when they settled on Issei, held the same ancient patient weight Drake had warned him about from the very first night, magnified now into something almost suffocating in its intensity. Drake's presence surged within Issei's arm, sharp and alert. "That is no mere lieutenant, partner. Whatever stands before us now commands considerably more power than anything we have faced together in this world so far. You must be the one sending messengers instead of showing your face," Issei said, forcing steadiness into his voice despite the pressure radiating off the figure. "Guess you finally ran out of patience." "Patience is not something I have run short of, dragon," the figure said, unhurried, almost fond, the way one might address a clever but ultimately harmless child. "I simply no longer require it. The seam is nearly wide enough for my purposes, and your arrival here, tonight, of all nights, is rather convenient. You will make an excellent addition to what passes through it." Mizuki's naginata swept up beside Issei, her stance shifting into something Issei recognized instantly as the opening of a serious engagement rather than a defensive posture. "You will not touch him." The figure's gaze slid to her, and something in its expression sharpened with genuine interest. "Mizuki Shiranui, I have waited a long time to finally address you directly, rather than through borrowed voices and careful proxies. Your husband fought well, all those years ago, before the end. I confess I found it almost a shame to kill him." The words landed like a physical blow, and Issei felt Mizuki's entire body go rigid beside him, years of carefully controlled grief cracking open into something raw and dangerous. "You," she breathed. "You were the one who commanded the remnant, that night. Not a proxy. You." "I command a great many things, Shiranui, across a great many years and a great many faces. Your husband's death was merely one small transaction among countless others, in service of a design far larger than either of you ever imagined." The figure spread its hands, almost apologetic in its cruelty. "I did not expect you to rebuild so thoroughly from that loss. A new husband, drawn conveniently from beyond the very seam I have spent years widening. Do you understand yet how neatly that serves my purpose? Every piece you have gathered to protect yourself, I have simply folded into my design instead." Chapter 2. The chamber erupted into full battle in the wake of the figure's words, the remaining robed cultists rallying to defend the altar as the rest of the assault team poured in from their concealed positions, and within moments the vast underground space had transformed into a chaotic tangle of combat, Kaori's coalition clashing against the ritual's defenders while Issei, Mizuki, and the figure who called himself, in the brief moments that followed, only by the ancient title of Warden of the Seam, faced each other at the chamber's heart. "Warden," Mizuki spat, driving forward with a series of strikes that would have felled any ordinary opponent, each one precise, deadly, honed by years of grief sharpened into purpose. "Then it is you I have hunted for 5 years without a name to give the hatred." The warden parried her naginata with a hand that should not have been able to withstand the blow, the ancient stonework of the altar behind him pulsing brighter with every passing second as the ritual continued despite the chaos of battle around it. "Hunted, yes. Though I suspect, in truth, you had settled into believing the hunt already ended. That is the trouble with grief, Shiranui. Given enough time, even the most determined hearts choose peace over vengeance. I merely waited for you to make that choice, so that taking everything from you a second time would carry so much more weight." Issei's fury broke loose in that moment, the boosted gear surging through 3 rapid doublings as he threw himself bodily between the warden and Mizuki, driving a scarlet fist toward the ancient figure's chest with every ounce of power he could summon. The blow connected, and for a moment Issei believed it had worked, the warden staggering back several steps, robes rippling with visible strain. Then the figure straightened, entirely unharmed beneath the disturbed fabric, and smiled with something like genuine appreciation. Impressive. Truly. The boosted gear has always been among the more fascinating instruments to fall into mortal hands. He tilted his head, studying Issei with renewed interest. Tell me, dragon, do you understand yet why the seam that dropped you into this world happened to open precisely where it did, precisely when it did? I have spent considerable effort thinning that particular boundary over recent years, searching for exactly the kind of power that fell so conveniently into my lap the night you arrived. You're saying you did this, Issei said, cold understanding settling over him even as the fight continued to rage around them. You pulled me here on purpose. I opened a door and waited to see what walked through it, the warden corrected, almost gently. I confess I did not expect a heavenly dragon specifically. That particular outcome exceeded even my ambitions. But I am not a being who wastes a gift simply because it arrived wrapped differently than expected. His smile sharpened. The bond you have built with this family, the love, the vulnerability, all of it, serves my purpose beautifully. A dragon with nothing to protect fights only for himself. A dragon who believes he has found a family worth dying for fights with an intensity that will tear this world's remaining boundaries wide open all on its own. Once I finish arranging the proper provocation. The realization crashed over Issei like cold water. The ambush on Yukikaze. Sakura's careful cruelty in the park. Every piece of the past months, every threat, every fear, had not merely been an attack on his family. It had been engineered, deliberately, to push him toward exactly the kind of desperate, overwhelming power the warden needed to complete whatever ritual burned above the altar behind him. You used us, Issei said, voice shaking now with a fury that had nothing performative left in it at all. Every threat, every scare, it was all just bait, to get me angry enough to hand you what you wanted. Bait is such an ugly word for careful cultivation, the warden said. But yes, essentially, that is precisely what this has been. And judging by the state of you now, dragon, I would say the cultivation has very nearly borne its intended fruit. Chapter 3. Issei felt the truth of the warden's words settling into his limbs even as he tried to fight against it, the fury building beneath his skin threatening to spiral past his control in exactly the way the ancient figure had clearly designed it to. Drake's presence surged within him, urgent now, cutting through the rising tide of rage with practiced discipline born from centuries of guiding partners through exactly this kind of trap. Partner, listen to me. This is precisely the reaction he requires. If you let this fury consume your control, you hand him the exact weapon he has spent years engineering. You must fight this differently than you want to. How? Issei demanded silently, even as another wave of the warden's calm, cruel words threatened to unravel what remained of his composure. He's using everything I love against me. How do I fight that without giving him exactly what he wants? By remembering that love was never his to weaponize in the first place, Drake said. And something in the dragon's certainty cut through the chaos in Issei's mind like a blade through fog. He believes your bond to this family is merely fuel for rage. He is wrong. It has always been more than that. It is the reason you fight with control rather than abandon, the reason you have grown stronger these past months not through desperation but through choosing, every single day, to be worth trusting. Prove him wrong, partner. Not with fury. With precision. The words settled something in Issei that the warden's cruelty had nearly shattered, and he drew a slow breath, feeling the wild edge of his anger fold back beneath conscious control, the boosted gear's power steadying into something focused rather than desperate. You're wrong about something, Issei said, and his voice, when it came, was calm in a way that visibly unsettled the warden more than any amount of shouted fury could have managed. I'm not fighting you because I'm angry. I'm fighting you because you threatened my family, and that's reason enough on its own, without needing me to lose control to make it matter. The warden's composure flickered, just slightly, genuine surprise crossing his ancient features for the first time since the confrontation began. How curious. Most mortals, faced with exactly the truth I have offered you, collapse into precisely the rage I require. You have not. Maybe you underestimated what you were actually working with, Issei said, and beside him, Mizuki, who had been listening to the entire exchange with her naginata steady and her expression carved from the same hard resolve that had carried her through 5 years of grief, stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with him once more. He is correct, she said, her voice steady despite everything the warden had just confirmed about her husband's death. You believed grief and fear would break us into weapons you could point wherever you chose. You built your entire design on the assumption that love makes people fragile. Her grip on her naginata tightened, and something in her stance shifted into the same lethal readiness Issei had first witnessed the night they met. You were wrong about that 5 years ago, and you remain wrong about it now. The warden's expression finally cracked fully into something less composed, something that, for the first time, resembled genuine uncertainty. Behind him, the altar's pulsing light had reached a fever pitch, the fragment of broken sky crackling with violet energy that filled the chamber with a low, resonant hum, and Issei understood, with sudden clarity, that whatever came next would need to happen quickly, before the ritual reached whatever completion it had been building toward across 5 patient years. The ritual nears its conclusion regardless of your defiance, the warden said, composure snapping back into place with visible effort. Whether or not you provide the desperate power I originally hoped to harvest from you, Dragon, the seam will widen tonight, all the same. I have prepared contingencies for every outcome. Then we stop the ritual directly, Mizuki said. Issei, already on it, Issei said, and together they broke into motion, driving toward the altar itself rather than continuing to trade words with its ancient architect, and the warden, forced finally to choose between defending his work and pursuing the confrontation he had clearly wanted, moved to intercept them with a speed that belied his unhurried composure only moments before. Chapter 4. The fight that followed tested every ounce of skill and power Issei and Mizuki had built together across the months of training that had preceded this night, the warden proving a far more dangerous opponent in direct combat than his earlier composed cruelty had suggested, robes rippling into blade-edged extensions that turned every gesture into a potential strike. Ancient power radiating off him in waves that made the very air around the altar feel thick and resistant. Mizuki moved with a precision Issei had rarely seen even from her, 5 years of buried grief finally finding a target worthy of every ounce of skill she had honed since her husband's death, her naginata finding gaps in the warden's defenses that should not have existed, each strike aimed not merely to wound but to communicate, with brutal clarity, exactly how badly he had misjudged the woman he believed he had broken. Issei fought beside her with the full weight of the boosted gear's power finally unleashed under complete control, doubling stacking with careful discipline rather than desperate abandon, each strike landing with devastating precision rather than wild fury, and slowly, gradually, the balance of the fight began to shift. The warden's earlier composure fraying further with every exchange that did not unfold according to whatever design he had spent years constructing. Impossible, the warden snarled, driven back several steps by a combined strike that nearly opened a wound along his side, ancient blood, dark and viscous, welling briefly before the wound sealed itself with unnatural speed. You should be broken by now. Desperate. Consumed by exactly the fury I engineered for you to feel. You built your whole plan on the idea that love makes people weak, Issei said, driving forward again, gauntlet blazing. You never once considered that it might make us stronger instead. The altar behind them pulsed one final time, the fragment of broken sky flaring with blinding violet light, and for a terrible moment Issei feared they had run out of time entirely, that whatever the ritual had been building toward across 5 patient years was about to complete regardless of the battle raging around it. But then Reika's voice cut through the chamber, sharp and triumphant, from somewhere near the altar's base. The anchoring stones! I've found the weak point. 3 of the 4 support anchors are exposed. If we can strike them simultaneously, the whole structure collapses before the ritual completes. Do it! Mizuki shouted, and the coalition, still engaged with the warden's remaining cultists across the wider chamber, redirected their efforts toward the altar's foundation with renewed urgency. The warden, understanding the danger immediately, turned from his engagement with Issei and Mizuki to intercept the new threat, but the shift in his attention was exactly the opening they needed. Mizuki drove forward with everything she had left, her naginata finding a gap in his defense that his divided focus had opened, and the strike landed true, deep along his shoulder, ancient blood spraying dark across the stonework as he staggered. Issei followed immediately. The boosted gears accumulated power finally released in a single devastating strike that drove the warden backward into the altar itself, and the ancient structure, already weakened by Reika's assault on its foundation, began to crack under the combined force of the impact. No, the warden gasped, genuine alarm finally breaking through his composure entirely as the fragment of broken sky above him flickered, destabilized by the altar's collapsing structure. You do not understand what you are risking. An incomplete ritual does not simply fail cleanly. The altar shattered. Chapter 5. The chamber convulsed with violet light as the fragment of broken sky, suddenly severed from the ritual anchoring it in place, tore free and began to collapse in on itself, the air filling with a resonant shriek that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Issei felt Drake's alarm surge within him, sharp and immediate. Partner, that fragment is unstable. It is going to release everything it has absorbed across the ritual's duration. We need to shield everyone nearby immediately. Issei did not hesitate, throwing every remaining reserve of power into a defensive barrier that expanded outward from where he stood, scarlet light forming a dome around himself, Mizuki, and the nearest members of the coalition as the fragment's collapse released a shockwave of raw, chaotic energy that tore through the chamber, cracking stone, extinguishing the pulsing violet symbols along the walls, and scattering the remaining cultists in genuine panic as their rituals carefully constructed. Purpose unraveled entirely around them. The warden, caught at the epicenter of the collapse, screamed something that was no longer entirely a word, his form flickering, destabilizing along with the fragment he had spent years cultivating, and for a moment Issei glimpsed something vast and ancient beneath the elegant human shape the figure had worn throughout their confrontation, something that did not belong to any single world at all. Before the collapsing energy consumed it entirely, and the chamber fell, abruptly, into ringing silence. Dust and debris settled slowly over the wrecked remains of the altar. Where the warden had stood, nothing remained but scorched stone and the faint, fading traces of violet light already dimming into nothing. Is it over? Mizuki said, breathless, lowering her naginata as she looked around the devastated chamber. Is he actually gone? Drake's voice, when it came, carried careful consideration rather than immediate certainty. I do not believe a being of that age and nature is destroyed so simply, partner, but the fragment he depended upon is unmade, and whatever remained of his presence in this world has been scattered by the collapse. Whether that constitutes true defeat or merely a significant delay, I cannot say with certainty. What I can say is that the immediate threat to your family has passed. Issei relayed the assessment to Mizuki, and though the ambiguity of it settled uneasily over both of them, the immediate relief of the chamber's silence, the absence of chanting cultists and ancient threats, allowed a measure of the tension that had gripped them for weeks to finally begin to ease. The coalition regrouped quickly amid the wreckage, casualties minor and manageable, Koari moving among the group checking injuries with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had led soldiers through worse before, and within the hour the entire team had extracted from the collapsing warehouse and its ruined lower chamber, emerging into the pale gray light of a morning that felt, to Issei, like the first genuinely safe sunrise he had witnessed in weeks. They made it back to the house by mid-morning, exhausted, bruised, but alive, every promise made the night before honored in full, and Yukikaze was waiting at the gate exactly as she had insisted she would be, and the moment she saw them approaching, whole and upright despite the visible wear of the fight, she sprinted across the yard and threw herself into their combined embrace with a force that nearly knocked all three of them off balance. You're okay, she said, muffled against Issei's shoulder, voice thick with relief. You're actually okay. We're okay, Mizuki confirmed, holding her daughter tightly, one arm still wrapped around Issei's waist. It's over, Yukikaze. Whatever that thing was, it's gone, or at least gone for now. For now, Yukikaze repeated, pulling back slightly to look between them. That doesn't sound as reassuring as I wanted it to sound. No, Issei admitted. It probably shouldn't. But it's true, and I'd rather tell you the truth than pretend the danger's completely finished when we're not certain it is. He brushed a hand gently over her hair, the same gesture Mizuki so often used to steady her daughter through fear. What I can promise you is that whatever comes next, we'll face it exactly the way we face this. Together. Chapter 6. The weeks that followed the warehouse's collapse brought a slow, careful return to the ordinary rhythms of life, training continuing but with less desperate urgency, dinners growing warmer and more relaxed as the immediate danger receded, the household gradually remembering how to simply be a family rather than a fortress bracing for siege. Kaori's coalition remained loosely connected in the aftermath. Former Taimanin who had rediscovered, through shared crisis, the value of the network they had allowed to lapse across years of assumed peace, regular gatherings at the dojo becoming as much about friendship and mutual support as about continued vigilance against whatever remained of the warden's scattered influence. Sakura Egawa was never seen again after the night of the warehouse collapse, her false identity at Seishu Academy simply evaporating along with whatever power had animated her, and though Mizuki remained watchful for any sign of the warden's continued influence in the months that followed, the district settled, gradually, into something that felt, cautiously, like genuine peace. It was on a quiet evening some months later, the three of them gathered around the low table for dinner in a scene that had become so familiar it barely registered anymore as remarkable, that Yukikaze set down her chopsticks and studied both of them with an expression that suggested a question had been building in her for some time. "Do you think he's really gone?" she asked. The warden, or whatever he actually was. Mizuki and Issei exchanged a glance, the same unspoken conversation they had shared quietly, privately, in the weeks since the warehouse, neither of them wanting to burden Yukikaze with the full weight of Drake's uncertain assessment, but both of them agreeing, in the end, that she deserved honesty over comfortable reassurance. "Drake doesn't think something that old and that patient is destroyed so easily," Issei said carefully. "We might not have seen the last of whatever he actually was. But we hurt him badly enough that whatever comes next, it won't be soon, and it won't catch us unprepared the way it almost did this time." Yukikaze absorbed this with the same steady seriousness she had grown into across the past months, no longer the frightened girl who had first watched a stranger fall out of the sky to save her mother's life, but someone who had faced real danger and real loss and grown, through it, into someone capable of carrying difficult truths without breaking under their weight. "Okay," she said finally. "Then we keep training. We keep the network Kaori rebuilt. We don't get comfortable enough to be caught off guard again." She looked between them, something fiercely protective in her expression that mirrored her mother's so closely it made Issei's chest ache with quiet pride. "Whatever's still out there, it already learned once that this family doesn't go down easy. Let it remember that lesson as long as it needs to stay away." Mizuki reached over and squeezed her daughter's hand, pride and love mingling openly across her expression. "Well said." Later that night, once Yukikaze had gone to bed, Issei and Mizuki sat together on the porch beneath a sky that had, gradually, over the months, stopped feeling quite so heavy with unseen threat, and Mizuki leaned her head against his shoulder, quiet and content in a way that had taken real work, real healing, to arrive at honestly. "I used to think peace was something that happened to other people," she said softly. "Something I had lost the right to hope for, the night my husband died. You gave that back to me. Not by removing every danger from our lives, I understand now that some dangers never fully disappear, but by proving that facing them together makes them survivable in a way facing them alone never could. You gave me something too," Issei said, pulling her closer. "I spent a long time believing I'd already found my whole family back home, and I had. I still love every single one of them. But I never expected to find another one, somewhere I fell into completely by accident, and have it feel just as real, just as permanent, as the family I already had." He pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head. "Whatever's still out there waiting, whatever the warden actually was and whatever he still intends, I wouldn't trade a single day of this for the safety of never having found you both at all." They sat together in comfortable silence beneath the stars, the quiet, ordinary peace of a family that had fought for its right to simply exist together settling warm and unshaken around them, and somewhere far beyond the edges of the district, in places either of them could yet see, the scattered remnants of an ancient design stirred faintly, patient as ever, already beginning, slowly, to gather itself once more. But that was the trouble for another day, and tonight, for the first time in longer than either of them could easily remember, there was only this. Warm light spilling from the windows of a house that had become, against every improbable odds, entirely and unshakably home. a daughter sleeping safely down the hall, and two people who had chosen each other, and chosen the family they had built together, with the full and certain knowledge of exactly what it might someday cost, and found the choice, every single time, worth making again. Chapter 7. Autumn settled over the district in the months that followed, the trees along the residential quarter turning gold and red in a slow, ordinary transformation that felt, to Issei, almost miraculous in its normalcy after the chaos of the warehouse and everything that had led up to it. Life had not returned to exactly what it had been before the messenger's first visit. Some vigilance remained woven permanently into the household's daily rhythms now, but it had settled into something sustainable, a peace built with open eyes rather than naive hope. Yukikaze's training continued to advance under her mother's instruction, supplemented now by regular sessions with Kaori's coalition, and her marksmanship had sharpened to a degree that even the more experienced Taimanin in the network had begun to comment on with genuine respect rather than polite encouragement. She had grown, too, in ways that had nothing to do with combat, more confident in her own judgment, more willing to voice her opinions in the planning sessions that still occasionally convened at Kaori's dojo. The frightened girl who had once hovered warily in her own doorway at the sight of a stranger fully transformed into someone capable of standing as an equal among soldiers twice her age. Issei, for his part, had found his own footing shifting as the months wore on, his connection to Drake settling into an easier partnership than he had known even during his years in Ko, the dragon's centuries of accumulated wisdom proving invaluable not only in combat but in the quieter work of building a life, of learning to be a husband and a father in ways that had nothing to do with strength or sacred gears at all. It was Drake, in fact, who first raised the question that had been quietly settling in the back of Issei's mind since the warehouse's collapse. Late one evening as Issei lay awake beside a sleeping Mizuki, listening to the ordinary sounds of a house at rest. "Partner," the dragon said, uncharacteristically careful in his phrasing. "Have you given thought to what happens should the tear that brought you here ever fully stabilize? Or should some path home present itself?" Issei considered the question for a long moment before answering, turning it over with the same seriousness he had learned to bring to every decision that touched this family he had built. "I have," he admitted finally. "And every time I think about it, the answer stays the same. I'm not looking for a way back. This is home now. Not instead of Ko, not instead of everyone there, but alongside it, the way you can love more than one thing at once without either love costing the other anything." Drake was quiet for a moment, something like approval settling into the silence between them. "That is, I believe, precisely the answer Rias and the others would want for you, were they able to offer their thoughts on the matter. You have never been a partner who did things by half measures, Issei Hyoudou. It does not surprise me that your heart has proven large enough to hold two homes fully rather than choosing between them." The thought settled something in Issei that he had not fully realized needed settling, and he drifted towards sleep with Mizuki's steady breathing beside him and the quiet certainty that whatever the future held, whatever remained of the warden's scattered designs still stirring somewhere beyond the edges of his awareness, he had already found the thing worth building his life around, and he did not intend to let it go. Chapter 8. The first real test of their new equilibrium came not from any lingering threat of the warden's design, but from something far more ordinary, and in its own way, far more nerve-wracking for Issei personally, when Mizuki announced, over a quiet breakfast on an otherwise unremarkable morning, that Kaori and several members of the coalition would be joining them for a proper celebration that weekend. A delayed gathering to mark both the wedding they had kept deliberately small and the survival of everyone who had walked into that warehouse months before. "A party," Yukikaze said, brightening immediately at the prospect. "An actual party. We should invite Reika too, she still owes me a rematch on marksmanship drills." "We are inviting the entire coalition," Mizuki said, amused by her daughter's enthusiasm. "It has been long overdue. We spent so long simply surviving, one crisis after another, that we never properly celebrated what we built in between them." The preparations that followed filled the household with an energy Issei had not felt since the earliest, uncomplicated days of his arrival, before the messenger's first visit had introduced the shadow that eventually became the warden's design. Yukikaze threw herself into decorating the courtyard with an enthusiasm that surprised even her mother, stringing paper lanterns along the eaves in a deliberate echo of the wedding months before, and Issei found himself drafted into hanging decorations at heights only his enhanced strength could reach without a ladder. A task Yukikaze supervised with theatrical bossiness that made both of them laugh more than the work strictly warranted. Higher on the left, she called up to him, arms crossed, surveying his work with the exacting standards she had clearly inherited from watching her mother correct combat forms for months. No, your left, not mine. You could just come up here and do it yourself, Issei called back, adjusting the lantern's position with careful patience. And risk falling off a roof 3 days before the party? No thanks. That's what I have a dragon stepdad for. The word stepdad, tossed off so casually now, still occasionally caught Issei somewhere unguarded and tender, a small reminder of how completely his life had reshaped itself around two people he had known, in the grand scheme of his strange existence, for barely a year. He finished the lanterns and climbed down to find Yukikaze studying the courtyard with visible satisfaction, and something in her expression, warm and unguarded, made him pause. You okay? He asked. Yeah. She glanced at him, and for a moment the teenage deflection dropped away entirely, replaced by something more open. I was just thinking. This time last year, it was just me and Mom, and every celebration felt like we were pretending everything was fine when it wasn't, not really, not underneath. This year it actually feels fine. Like we're not just surviving anymore. She shrugged, embarrassed by her own sincerity, already reaching for something lighter to deflect with. Anyway, don't let it go to your head or anything. Wouldn't dream of it, Issei said, though the warmth in his chest at her words lingered long after the moment had passed, settling into the same quiet certainty that had carried him through every difficult choice of the past year. The party itself, when the weekend finally arrived, filled the small courtyard with a warmth and noise that felt like the truest measure of everything they had fought to protect. Kaori and Reika and a dozen other members of the coalition filling the space with laughter and old war stories softened, now, into something closer to fond nostalgia than grim necessity. Yukikaze holding court among the younger members of the group with a confidence that made Mizuki watch her daughter with unmistakable pride, and Issei, moving through it all with a drink in hand and Mizuki's fingers laced loosely through his own, found himself thinking that this, precisely this, ordinary joy shared among people who had earned it through genuine sacrifice, was exactly the thing worth every danger he had faced to protect. Chapter 9. Late into the party, once most of the coalition had drifted home and only Kaori remained, sharing a quiet final drink with Mizuki on the porch while Yukikaze dozed against Issei's shoulder. Exhausted from the day's celebration, Kaori raised a subject she had clearly been holding back for most of the evening. There have been whispers, she said carefully, glancing at Issei to gauge whether the moment was appropriate before continuing. Nothing confirmed, nothing urgent. But some of my contacts along the old harbor line report strange lights, far out past the district's edge, in places no one has any reason to travel. It may be nothing. Residual energy from the warehouse's collapse, settling slowly, the way these things sometimes do. Or it may not be nothing, Mizuki said, setting her own drink down, the easy warmth of the evening tempering into something more focused, though not alarmed, not yet, only attentive in the way she had learned, across the past year, to remain attentive without letting vigilance curdle into fear. Or it may not be, Kaori agreed. I do not say this to spoil the evening, Shiranui. Only because I promised myself, after everything the remnant's silence cost us 5 years ago, that I would never again sit on information that might matter simply to preserve a moment of peace. Issei felt Yukikaze stir slightly against his shoulder, not fully asleep after all, having clearly caught enough of the conversation to matter, and he felt her small hand find his where it rested against the porch railing, a quiet, unconscious gesture of reassurance that steadied something in his own chest even as the news settled uneasily over the gathering. We'll look into it, Mizuki said finally. Carefully, without panic, the way we should have approached things from the beginning 5 years ago rather than assuming silence meant safety. But not tonight. Tonight, we finish celebrating what we survived, and we face whatever comes next when it actually arrives, rather than borrowing tomorrow's fear to spend on tonight's peace. Kaori smiled, something warm and approving in the expression. Wise as ever, Shiranui. Your husband and daughter are fortunate to have you. We're the fortunate ones, Issei said quietly, and Mizuki's hand found his other shoulder, resting there with a warmth that needed no further words to convey everything the gesture meant. Kaori left shortly after, and the small family remained together on the porch a while longer. The lanterns Yukikaze had hung burning low and gold above them, the ordinary sounds of the district settling into its evening quiet around their small, sheltered corner of it. "Do you think it's really something?" Yukikaze asked eventually, fully awake now, voice quiet in the settling dark. "Or just leftover energy like Kaori said?" "I don't know," Issei said honestly, because he had learned, across the past year, that honesty had always served this family better than easy comfort. "But whatever it turns out to be, we've got each other, and we've got Kaori's whole network behind us now instead of facing things alone the way your mom used to. That's not nothing. That's actually everything that matters, when it comes down to it." Yukikaze considered this, then nodded slowly, some of the old fear that had once lived permanently behind her eyes noticeably absent now, replaced by the steady, hard-won confidence of a girl who had already survived the worst her world had thrown at her family, and come through the other side stronger for it. "Together then," she said, echoing the words that had become, across the past year, something like a quiet family promise, spoken so often now it barely needed saying aloud anymore, though somehow it always helped to say it anyway. "Together," Mizuki and Issei answered, nearly in unison, and the three of them sat a while longer beneath the lantern light, unhurried, unafraid, a family that had built itself out of grief and accident and stubborn, deliberate choice, and had, across one long and dangerous year, become something none of the ancient design's careful cruelty had ever managed to break. Whatever strange lights flickered somewhere beyond the district's edge, whatever remained of the warden's scattered ambitions still stirring patiently in the dark, it would find, whenever it finally chose to announce itself again, exactly the same thing it had found in that warehouse months before. A family that did not fight alone, and did not break easily, and had already decided, long before any new threat arrived to test them, precisely how they intended to meet it. Together, always, and for as long as it took. Chapter 10. The investigation into Kaori's reported lights began quietly, without the urgency that had characterized the household's earlier confrontation with the warden's design, Mizuki insisting on a measured approach rather than the desperate scramble that had once nearly cost them everything before they understood the true scale of what they faced. "We do this carefully," she said, laying out a fresh set of maps across the low table on a crisp autumn evening, Yukikaze and Issei both leaning in to study the marked coordinates Kaori's scouts had reported. "Reconnaissance first, always. We do not repeat the mistake of moving before we understand what we are moving against." The coordinates marked a stretch of coastline well beyond the harbor district's usual boundaries, an isolated area of rocky shoreline that, according to Kaori's contacts, had stood abandoned and unremarkable for as long as anyone could remember, which made the reports of strange lights flickering there after dark all the more unsettling in their sudden novelty. "Could be smugglers," Yukikaze offered, tracing the coastline on the map with one finger. "Regular human ones, I mean. Not everything weird has to be connected to what we already dealt with." "It could be," Mizuki agreed. "Which is exactly why we investigate before assuming the worst. Panic serves no one, but neither does willful blindness. We proceed with open eyes and calm heads, the way we should have from the very beginning 5 years ago." The reconnaissance, when it finally happened 3 evenings later, involved a smaller and more careful team than the warehouse assault had required, Issei and Mizuki approaching the coastline from concealment, while Reika maintained a secondary observation post further along the rocky shore, radio silence maintained except for essential updates. Every lesson from the warehouse's near-disastrous complications carefully applied to avoid repeating them. What they found, when they finally reached a vantage point overlooking the reported location, was not the ominous ritual chamber Issei had half expected, bracing himself instinctively for another confrontation with ancient malice, but something stranger, and, in its own way, more unsettling for its ambiguity. A faint, pulsing glow emanated from a natural sea cave carved into the rocky shoreline, visible only at certain angles and only after full dark had fallen, and the light itself, when Issei studied it carefully, carried none of the sickly violet quality that had marked the warden's ritual work. "That's not the same energy," Issei murmured, Drake's attention sharpening within him as he studied the phenomenon from their concealed position. "Drake says it doesn't feel like the warden's design at all. Different, But he's not sure what exactly. Different does not necessarily mean safe, Mizuki said carefully, though something in her posture had eased slightly at the confirmation that this, at least, was not simply the warden's scattered influence resurfacing sooner than expected. But it is worth understanding, regardless of its nature. Let us observe a while longer before drawing conclusions. They watched the cave's faint pulsing light for the better part of an hour, cataloging its rhythm, its apparent source, without any sign of activity beyond the light itself, no cultists, no ritual chanting, nothing that suggested active malicious intent, only a strange, patient glow emanating from stone that had, by all accounts, stood empty and unremarkable for generations before this sudden anomaly began. I want a closer look, Mizuki said finally, but not tonight, and not without proper preparation. We return with better equipment, better information about what natural phenomena might explain this before assuming anything supernatural at all. Patience this time. We have earned the right to move carefully rather than desperately. Chapter 11. They returned home well past midnight, the investigation inconclusive but not alarming, and found Yukikaze waiting up despite Mizuki's earlier instruction that she tried to sleep, curled on the porch with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders against the autumn chill, clearly having refused to rest until she confirmed both of them had returned safely. Well? She asked immediately, sitting up as they came through the gate. Inconclusive, Mizuki said, settling beside her daughter on the porch, Issei following suit on Yukikaze's other side. A strange light, in a sea cave along the coast, but nothing that matched the danger we feared. Different energy than what we faced at the warehouse, according to Drake's assessment. We will investigate further, carefully, but there is no immediate cause for alarm. Yukikaze absorbed this with visible relief, some of the tension she had clearly been carrying through the hours of their absence easing from her shoulders. So not the warden then. Something else entirely. Something else entirely, Issei confirmed. Could be nothing dangerous at all. Could be something we've never encountered before. Either way, we'll figure it out together, the way we do everything now. Together, Yukikaze echoed, and something in the word, spoken so easily now after everything they had survived to earn the right to say it without fear behind it, settled a quiet warmth over the small family gathered on their porch beneath the cool autumn stars. They sat together a while longer, the ordinary comfortable silence of a family that had weathered real danger and come through it whole, and eventually Yukikaze's exhaustion finally overtook her determination to stay awake, and Issei carried her inside and tucked her into bed with the same practiced gentleness that had become, across the past year, simply another quiet expression of the love that had grown between them without either of them ever needing to formally name it as such. He found Mizuki waiting for him afterward in the quiet of their own room, and she pulled him close without a word, resting her head against his chest, listening, he suspected, to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat the way she sometimes did when the weight of the day needed grounding in something simple and certain. Whatever that light in the cave turns out to be, she said quietly, I find myself less afraid of it than I would have been a year ago. Not because the danger is necessarily smaller. Only because I no longer face it wondering whether I have anyone beside me strong enough to help carry it. You'll never have to wonder that again, Issei said, pressing a gentle kiss to the top of her head. Whatever comes next, whatever that light is, whatever's still out there from the warden's old design, we face it exactly the way we faced everything else this year. Together, with open eyes, and with the whole family behind us instead of just the two of us standing alone against the dark. Mizuki tilted her head up to look at him, something soft and unguarded in her expression that had taken a full year of careful, deliberate trust to arrive at honestly. I love you, she said simply, the words no less powerful for how quietly ordinary they had become between them across the months of building this life together. I do not think I say that often enough, given everything we have survived to earn the right to say it at all. I love you too, Issei said, and meant it with the whole steady certainty of a man who had fallen through a tear in reality into a life he had never expected, and found, against every improbable odds the universe could have offered him instead, exactly the family he had not known he was searching for until the moment he found it. Outside, the strange light in the distant sea cave continued its slow, patient pulse against the dark autumn night, its true nature still unknown, its purpose, whether threat or simple curiosity, still waiting to be discovered. But inside the small house that had become, across one long and dangerous year, entirely and unshakably home, a family slept soundly, certain of exactly one thing above all others. Whatever came next, they would not face it alone. And after everything they had already survived to earn that certainty, that was more than enough to carry them, steady and unafraid, into whatever the future still had waiting for them beyond the edge of the coming dawn. Chapter 12. The follow-up expedition to the sea cave took place a week later, better equipped this time, Reika joining Issei and Mizuki directly rather than remaining at a secondary post, and Kaori waiting in reserve at the coastline's edge with 2 additional coalition members should anything unexpected demand rapid support. They approached the cave in daylight this time, the strange pulsing glow less visible against the bright autumn sun but not entirely absent, a faint shimmer along the cave's inner walls that became more apparent the deeper they moved into the rock formation, and Issei found himself watching Drake's silence with growing curiosity rather than alarm. The dragon's attention clearly fixed on something within the cave that intrigued rather than concerned him. "Drake?" Issei prompted quietly, as they moved deeper into the winding passage. "This energy," the dragon said slowly, "carries a resonance I recognize, though I confess I did not expect to encounter it in this particular world. It is not malicious, partner, not in the way the Warden's design was malicious. If I am correct, and I believe I am, this cave holds a natural convergence point, a place where the boundary between worlds runs thin not through anyone's deliberate manipulation, but simply through the ordinary, ancient geography of reality itself. Such places exist scattered throughout the multiverse, largely harmless, occasionally useful, rarely dangerous unless something chooses to exploit them the way the Warden exploited the scene that first brought you here. A natural thin spot," Issei relayed to Mizuki and Reika, relief evident in his voice. "Not a threat. Just a place where the world runs a little thinner than usual." They found the source of the glow at the cave's deepest chamber, a smooth section of stone wall where faint light pulsed in slow, rhythmic waves, almost peaceful in its steady patience, utterly unlike the violent, hungry pulse of the Warden's altar. Mizuki studied it for a long moment, her professional wariness gradually easing into something closer to cautious fascination. "Harmless, you believe?" she said, glancing at Issei. "Drake's pretty confident. Says these things exist all over, mostly just quiet spots where reality's a little thin. Not every open door leads somewhere dangerous. Then perhaps," Mizuki said slowly, "it is worth marking and monitoring, rather than fearing outright. A place like this could prove valuable, in time, rather than merely threatening. Knowledge is rarely wasted, even when the immediate danger proves smaller than expected." Reika, who had been examining the cave walls with a careful, professional eye, nodded in agreement. "I'll have my team establish quiet observation here, nothing invasive, simply monitoring for any change. If it remains as harmless as the dragon suggests, we lose nothing by watching. If it changes, we will already have eyes in place to notice before it becomes another warehouse." The expedition concluded without further incident, and they made their way back along the coastline as the afternoon sun began its slow descent, the mood among the small group notably lighter than it had been during any of their prior, more perilous outings. Kaori met them at the shoreline's edge, and upon hearing the assessment, allowed herself a rare, genuine laugh. "After everything this past year," she said, "I confess I had braced myself for something considerably worse than a harmless geographic curiosity. I will not complain about being wrong in this particular direction." "None of us will," Mizuki agreed, something like real lightness in her voice for the first time in what felt, to Issei, like months. They walked home together as the sun set fully behind them, painting the sky in the same warm gold as the lanterns Yukikaze had hung for their celebration weeks before, and Issei found himself thinking, as they approached the familiar gate of the small house that had become so completely his home, that not every mystery this strange, layered world offered them would necessarily demand another desperate fight to survive. Some doors, it seemed, simply led to quiet places worth understanding rather than threats worth fearing, and after a year defined so heavily by danger and loss and hard-won survival, that realization alone felt like its own small, precious kind of victory. Yukikaze met them at the door, having clearly been watching for their return, and upon hearing the day's findings, relaxed into visible relief before immediately pivoting, with characteristic energy, toward practical curiosity. So it's like a window between worlds? Could we actually use it someday? Like on purpose safely? Perhaps, Mizuki said, amused by her daughter's rapid shift from concern to fascination. That is precisely the kind of question worth exploring carefully, over time, rather than rushing toward an answer. I want to help study it, Yukikaze said immediately, the same determined confidence that had carried her through every challenge of the past year settling firmly into her expression. If it's something we might actually use someday instead of just something to fear, I want to understand it properly. We'll see, Mizuki said, though the fondness in her voice suggested the answer would very likely end up being yes, in time, once proper caution had been exercised and proper training completed. That evening, the three of them shared dinner together in the easy, familiar rhythm that had become the household's truest measure of a hard-won peace, no ancient threat looming immediately over the table, no urgent crisis demanding their full attention, only the ordinary warmth of a family that had fought for the right to simply exist together, undisturbed, for however long the world chose to grant them that particular mercy. Later, as the house settled into its evening quiet, Issei stood for a while in the courtyard alone, looking up at the same orange-tinted moon that had witnessed his first terrified night in this world, his wedding beneath its lantern light, and every difficult, dangerous, precious moment in between, and felt Drake's quiet presence settle warmly alongside his own thoughts. Content in a way the ancient dragon rarely allowed himself to express so openly. "You have built something remarkable here, partner," the dragon said. "I have walked beside many hosts across many centuries, and I have rarely seen one build a family from nothing but accident and stubborn choice, and tend it with such steady, deliberate care. Whatever still waits beyond the edges of this world's dangers, whatever the warden's scattered designs still intends, I believe this family has already proven, beyond any reasonable doubt, that it will meet every future trial exactly as it met this one." Together, Issei thought back, warm and certain. Together, Drake agreed, and Issei stood a while longer beneath the quiet moon, grateful, steady, and entirely, unshakably home, before turning back toward the warm light spilling from the windows of the house that held everything in the world he had come, across one long and dangerous year, to hold most dear. Act 4. Chapter 1. Winter arrived early that year, the district's residential quarter dusted with a thin layer of frost that turned the courtyard's paper lanterns into something briefly, delicately beautiful each morning before the sun burned it away, and the household settled into a rhythm that felt, for the first time in longer than Issei could easily remember, genuinely unhurried. Training continued, careful and steady rather than urgent, and Reika's small observation team maintained their quiet watch over the sea cave without incident, the strange pulsing light behaving exactly as Drake had predicted, patient and harmless, a curiosity rather than a threat. It was Yukikaze, characteristically, who pushed the household's cautious study of the cave into something more ambitious. "I've been reading everything Reika's team has logged," she announced one evening over dinner, spreading a set of hand-copied notes across the low table with the same intent focus she brought to every problem that genuinely interested her. "The pulse pattern isn't random. It's rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, and it's been gradually strengthening over the past month. I think it's not just a thin spot sitting there passively. I think something on the other side is pushing toward it." Mizuki set down her chopsticks, her expression sharpening with the particular attentiveness she reserved for anything that might signal a shift from harmless curiosity toward genuine concern. "Pushing toward it, or through it? I don't know yet. That's what I want to find out." Yukikaze looked between her parents, something eager and determined settling into her expression. "I want to bring proper equipment out there, run real observations, not just watch from a distance the way Reika's team has been doing. If something's actively trying to reach this side, we should understand what before it succeeds on its own terms instead of ours." Issei felt Drake's attention sharpen within him at the description, the dragon's centuries of experience with exactly this kind of phenomenon lending weight to Yukikaze's instinct. "She is not wrong to be cautious, partner. A thin spot that strengthens on its own, rhythmically, without external manipulation, suggests something is indeed exerting deliberate pressure from the other side. Whether that pressure comes from something hostile or merely something curious, as we once were curious about the tear that brought you here, I cannot yet say." Issei relayed the assessment, and Mizuki absorbed it with the same measured calm that had carried the family through every crisis of the past year, weighing risk against the value of understanding rather than reacting from fear alone. Very well, she said finally. We investigate properly, with full preparation, and with Kaori's coalition informed and ready should anything escalate. But Yukikaze, this time you come with us to observe, not to engage directly, not until we understand precisely what we are dealing with. Agreed? Agreed, Yukikaze said, though the eagerness in her voice suggested she was already mentally cataloging every piece of equipment she intended to bring. Chapter 2. The expedition to the sea cave, undertaken 3 days later with proper equipment and Kaori's full coalition on standby along the coastline, revealed exactly the pattern Yukikaze had suspected, the pulsing light along the cave's inner wall strengthening in slow, deliberate waves that grew more pronounced the longer they observed, and Issei, standing close to the phenomenon with Draig's senses extended fully alongside his own, felt something that made his breath catch in his throat. Draig says this feels familiar, he said slowly, studying the pulsing light with a mixture of caution and dawning hope he had not expected to feel. Not like the Warden's design at all. This feels like home. Like Ko. Like the exact texture of the world I came from. Mizuki turned to look at him sharply. You believe this connects back to your original world specifically? I don't know for certain. But it feels close enough that I can't rule it out. Issei's heart was pounding now, a tangle of hope and wariness he hadn't expected to feel so intensely after a year of believing, quietly, contentedly, that he had made his peace with never returning. If something's pushing from the other side, and it really is connected to Ko, that could mean Rias and the others have been looking for a way to reach me this whole time. Yukikaze, standing nearby with her recording equipment, went very still at the implication, and Issei caught the flicker of complicated emotion crossing her face before she carefully smoothed it away. An old instinct, he realized with a pang of guilt, the fear that anything connecting him back to his original world might somehow mean losing him to it. Hey, he said gently, crossing to stand beside her. Whatever this turns out to be, it doesn't change anything about where I've chosen to be. You know that, right? I know, Yukikaze said, though her voice carried less certainty than her words claimed. It's just. If it really is a way back, even just to visit, even just to talk to them again. I don't know. I guess some part of me still worries this whole life we built might just be temporary, some detour before you go back to your real family. The words landed with a weight that made Issei's chest ache, and he crouched down slightly to meet her eyes properly. The way he had learned, across the past year, was the only way to make certain she truly heard him rather than simply deflecting the reassurance the way she sometimes did when the vulnerability ran too deep to sit with comfortably. You are my real family, he said, steady and certain. Not a detour. Not a placeholder until something better comes along. If this really does connect back to Ko, and if I ever get the chance to see Rias and the others again, that doesn't erase what we've built here, it just means I get to have both. The way I told Draig months ago, love isn't a limited thing you have to ration between people. I have room for all of you, completely, without anyone losing anything because of it. Yukikaze studied him for a long moment, and then, slowly, some of the old guarded tension eased from her shoulders, replaced by something that looked, cautiously, like real belief. Okay, she said quietly. Okay. I believe you. Mizuki, who had been observing the exchange with quiet attentiveness, reached over and squeezed her daughter's shoulder gently. He has never once given either of us reason to doubt his word in the entire time we have known him. I do not believe today will be the day that changes. Chapter 3. The weeks that followed the discovery brought a careful, methodical study of the strengthening connection, Reika's team working alongside Yukikaze's own increasingly sophisticated observations, and Draig's guidance proving invaluable in interpreting patterns that would otherwise have remained entirely opaque to purely human instruments. It was nearly a month into the study, on a cold, clear evening when the cave's pulsing light had grown bright enough to illuminate the surrounding rock in soft, steady gold rather than its earlier faint shimmer, that the connection finally opened enough to reveal something more than mere light. Issei felt at first a sudden, overwhelming familiarity washing over him as he stood watch alongside Mizuki near the cave's mouth, and before he could fully process the sensation, a voice, faint and distorted but unmistakably, achingly familiar, drifted through the pulsing light. Say? Issei, is that? Can you actually hear me? Issei's knees nearly buckled. Rias, he breathed. Rias, I can hear you, I'm here, I'm okay. The connection wavered, strengthening and fading in uneven pulses, fragments of Rias's voice breaking through the static of whatever vast distance separated them, urgent and disbelieving in equal measure. We've been searching for over a year, we thought. Opha said the tear that took you might never stabilize enough to trace. We'd almost given up hope of finding a way to reach you directly, only faint signs that you were still alive somewhere. I'm alive, Issei said, tears he hadn't expected pricking at the corners of his eyes. I'm more than alive, Rias. I built a whole life here. I found people. I have a family. The connection flickered violently, cutting off Rias's response entirely, and Issei felt a spike of alarm shoot through him as the golden light along the cave wall suddenly dimmed and stuttered, the steady rhythmic pulse it had maintained for weeks now becoming erratic, unstable. Something's wrong, Mizuki said sharply, already reaching for her naginata out of pure instinct even though no visible threat had yet presented itself. Issei, what's happening? Drake's voice rose within Issei's mind, urgent and grim. Partner, the connection is being deliberately destabilized, and the signature behind the interference is one I recognize. The warden's scattered remnants have detected this opening, and they are attempting to seize it before it can stabilize naturally. The warden, Issei said aloud, horror dawning as the implication settled over him. He's trying to use the connection to Kuo, isn't he? Just like he tried to use the tear that brought me here in the first place. I believe so, Drake confirmed grimly. A connection this significant, freshly opened and not yet stabilized, would make an excellent tool for whatever remains of his ambition, whether to widen it into something dangerous or simply to sever it entirely out of spite now that his original design has failed. We must act quickly if we wish to protect this connection, and everyone on either side of it. Chapter 4. The alarm went out to Kaori's coalition within minutes, the small team already stationed along the coastline scrambling into position as the cave's light continued its violent, unstable flickering, and Issei felt a cold, focused fury settle over him that was entirely different from the desperate rage the warden had once tried to engineer out of him, this time sharpened by clear purpose rather than blind emotion. We protect the connection, Mizuki said, already moving toward the cave's entrance, naginata drawn. Whatever remains of the warden's design, we do not let it sever the one link that might reunite Issei with the family he left behind, and we do not let it twist that link into another weapon the way it twisted everything else. Yukikaze, who had accompanied the team that evening against her mother's initial reluctance, drew her pistols with steady, practiced hands, the fear that had once made her voice shake during their very first confrontation with the warden's forces entirely absent now, replaced by the hard-earned confidence of a girl who had grown, across a year of genuine danger, into someone capable of standing beside her parents as a true equal rather than someone merely to be protected. Then let's protect it, she said, and the three of them moved into the cave together as the first flickers of violet light began bleeding into the golden pulse of the connection, the unmistakable signature of the warden's lingering influence beginning to assert itself against the fragile, precious link to Issei's original world. The fight that followed was unlike anything they had faced in the warehouse months before, not a battle against physical enemies but a desperate struggle to stabilize a connection actively being pulled apart by forces neither entirely present nor entirely absent, violet light and golden light warring across the cave's inner wall in a silent, chaotic struggle that Issei could feel resonating painfully through his own connection to Drake. I need to reinforce it directly, Issei said, understanding rising within him alongside Drake's own urgent confirmation. Drake says the boosted gear can push back against whatever's destabilizing it, but I need to channel everything I have without losing control the way the warden originally wanted me to. Then do it, Mizuki said, positioning herself and Yukikaze to guard him as he moved toward the cave's inner wall, both of them ready to intercept anything that might interfere with his concentration. We'll hold whatever tries to reach you. Focus on the connection. Issei pressed his gauntlet hand against the pulsing wall, and the sensation that followed was unlike anything he had experienced before, a vast, dizzying awareness of the thin boundary between worlds stretching out before him, the golden warmth of Koa's presence on one side, the cold, patient malice of the warden's scattered remnants pressing in from somewhere he could not clearly perceive, trying to twist the connection's fragile stability into something they could exploit. Drake's voice rose within him, steady and certain even amid the chaos. Focus on what this connection truly represents, partner, not merely a doorway to be fought over, but the living proof of everything you have built and everything you refuse to lose. Channel that certainty, not fury, exactly as we did against the warden himself. Let your resolve reinforce the boundary rather than trying to force it through raw power alone. Issei closed his eyes, and instead of pushing outward with desperate strength, he simply held steady, thinking of Rias's voice breaking through the static, of Mizuki's hand finding his on countless quiet evenings, of Yukikaze's fierce, unguarded declaration that he was truly, fully her family, and felt the golden light along the cave wall steady beneath his palm, the violet interference gradually, stubbornly, losing its grip against the sheer weight of everything he refused to let go. The cave fell silent, the golden light settling back into its steady, gentle pulse, and Issei opened his eyes to find Mizuki and Yukikaze both watching him with a mixture of relief and quiet awe. It's stable, he said, breathless. I think it's actually stable now. Chapter 5. The connection held steady in the days that followed, Reika's team working carefully alongside Drake's guidance to reinforce its stability further, and within a week, the fragile golden light along the cave's inner wall had strengthened enough to support something more than fragmented, distorted voices, a genuine, if still limited, window between worlds. The first proper conversation, when it finally happened, brought Issei to his knees in the cave's depths, overwhelmed by the sight of Rias's face, faint and shimmering but unmistakably real, resolving slowly within the pulsing golden light. Issei, she breathed, and even through the imperfect connection, he could see the tears gathering in her eyes, matching his own. We never stopped looking. Not once, not for a single day. I know, Issei said, his voice thick with emotion. I never stopped thinking about all of you either. But Rias, I need you to understand something, and I need you to hear it without thinking I'm trying to say goodbye, because I'm not. He told her everything then, haltingly at first and then with growing confidence, about Mizuki, about Yukikaze, about the family he had built across a year of danger and grief and hard-won joy, and though he watched carefully for any flicker of hurt or jealousy crossing her shimmering, distant face, he found instead something that looked, unmistakably, like relief mingled with genuine happiness. I'm glad, Rias said finally, once he had finished. Truly, Issei. I spent a year afraid we had lost you to something terrible, some danger you couldn't survive alone. Instead you found people, you built a life, you found love again. That's not a betrayal of what we have. That's exactly what I would have wanted for you, if I'd had any way of choosing it myself. Mizuki, standing quietly nearby with Yukikaze at her side, stepped forward at Issei's gentle urging, and the conversation that followed, halting and strange through the imperfect connection but real nonetheless, forged the beginning of something neither side had expected to find, two families, separated by an impossible distance, finding common ground in their shared love for the same remarkable, stubborn, endlessly loyal young man who had somehow, against every improbable odds, found room in his heart for both of them completely. We'll keep the connection stable, Rias promised, near the conversation's end, her voice steadier now, less shadowed by the year of fear and searching that had preceded this moment. Not to pull you back, Issei. Only so you're never truly out of reach again. So we can talk, visit when it's safe, make sure you and your family here know you're never facing anything alone, on either side of this connection. That's all I could ever ask for, Issei said, and beside him, Mizuki reached for his hand, and Yukikaze leaned against his other side, and the three of them stood together in the cave's golden light, a family reaching across an impossible distance to touch, however briefly, the family Issei had never stopped loving, and finding, in that reaching, not loss, but only more to be grateful for. Chapter 6. The weeks that followed the connection's stabilization brought a quiet, careful rhythm of contact between the two worlds, brief conversations through the cave's golden light becoming a regular, treasured part of the household's routine, Rias and occasionally Asia or Akino joining the calls to reassure themselves, again and again, that Issei had truly found safety and happiness rather than merely survival. Yukikaze, initially wary of the connection despite Issei's reassurances, gradually warmed to the regular calls, her natural curiosity eventually overcoming her earlier fear, until she found herself asking Rias increasingly detailed questions about devils and raiding games and the strange, layered world Issei had come from, the two of them developing an easy, teasing rapport that made Issei's chest ache with quiet gratitude every time he witnessed it. "She's just as protective of you as I expected her to be," Rias told Issei privately, during one call where Yukikaze had wandered off to help Mizuki with dinner preparations. "I like her. I like both of them, Issei. You clearly chose well. I didn't choose so much as fell into the best possible accident of my entire strange life," Issei said, laughing. "But yeah, I got lucky. Luckier than I probably deserve." "You deserve every bit of happiness you found," Rias said firmly. "Don't ever doubt that." It was on a quiet evening some weeks later. The household gathered together after a call that had included nearly the entire old occult research club taking turns greeting Mizuki and Yukikaze with a warmth that had clearly eased the last of Yukikaze's earlier wariness entirely. That Mizuki raised a thought she had clearly been considering for some time. "Perhaps," she said carefully, "once the connection has proven itself fully stable, we might consider a visit. Not to stay, not to disrupt the life we have built here, but simply to see, with our own eyes, the world and the people who shaped so much of who you became before you ever fell into ours." Issei looked at her, surprised and deeply moved by the suggestion. "You'd want to do that? Actually go to Ko?" "I would want to understand every part of the man I married," Mizuki said simply. "And I think Yukikaze would benefit from seeing that the family you left behind is not some distant, abstract thing, but real people who love you as fiercely as we do. It might ease whatever quiet fear still lingers in her, the fear that this life might someday feel incomplete without the one you had before." Yukikaze, overhearing the conversation from where she sat nearby, looked up with unmistakable interest. "Wait, we could actually go to Ko? Meet everyone in person?" "Perhaps," Mizuki said, smiling at her daughter's evident excitement. "In time, once we are certain the connection can support such a journey safely." Nothing rushed. "But yes, I believe it is worth considering." The prospect settled over the household with a warmth that felt like the truest measure yet of everything they had built and everything they had survived to protect, a family no longer defined by the boundaries of a single world, but stretching, cautiously, hopefully, across the impossible distance between two, bound together not by proximity but by the same stubborn, deliberate love that had carried them through every danger the past year had offered. Outside, the winter sky held clear and cold above the small house that had become, across one remarkable year, entirely and unshakably home, and inside, a family that had grown, against every improbable odds, to include not merely 3 people but 2 entire worlds' worth of love, settled into the warm, ordinary comfort of an evening spent simply being together, grateful, steady, and certain, at long last, that whatever the future held, they would never again have to face it feeling alone. Chapter 7. The preparations for the journey took the better part of 2 months, Reika's team working carefully alongside Drake's guidance to ensure the connection could support not merely voices and faint images but the actual passage of living bodies between worlds, a process far more delicate and demanding than anyone had initially anticipated. "The boundary is stable enough for communication," Reika explained one evening, spreading her latest measurements across the low table for the household to review. "But stable enough for communication is not the same as stable enough for safe passage. If we rush this, we risk exactly the kind of instability the Warden's remnants tried to exploit before. I want at least another month of careful reinforcement before anyone attempts to cross." "We're not in a hurry," Mizuki said, and Issei, watching her, felt a fresh wave of gratitude for the patient, deliberate woman who had taught him, across the past year, that some of the most important things in life were worth protecting through careful preparation rather than desperate haste. Better a month's delay than a mistake that costs us the connection entirely. Yukikaze, who had thrown herself into the preparations with characteristic enthusiasm, spent the intervening weeks peppering Issei with an endless stream of questions about Ko, about Rias and Asia and Akino and the rest of the old occult research club, about devils and raiding games and the particular texture of a world so different from her own. Until Issei found himself laughing more than once at the sheer breadth of her curiosity. "You're going to overwhelm them with questions the second we arrive," he told her one evening, watching her scribble yet another addition to a growing list she had started keeping in a small notebook. I want to be prepared, Yukikaze said, entirely unrepentant. This is a whole different world, Issei. I'm not walking in unprepared and looking like an idiot in front of your actual family. They're going to love you regardless, Issei said, with the same certainty he had carried since the very first regular calls, watching Rias and the others warm to Yukikaze's sharp, curious energy across every conversation. Trust me on that one. The regular calls through the cave's golden light continued throughout the preparation period, and Issei watched, with quiet, unhurried joy, as the two families he loved most in all the worlds he had come to know grew increasingly comfortable with one another, Rias and Mizuki developing an easy mutual respect built on shared experience commanding difficult, dangerous responsibilities. Asia and Yukikaze bonding over an unexpected shared interest in herbal remedies that left both Mizuki and Rias faintly bemused by how quickly the two had found common ground, Akino teasing Issei mercilessly about domestic life in a manner that made Mizuki laugh out loud more than once, delighted by a side of Issei's old life she had not previously glimpsed. By the time Reika finally confirmed the connection's readiness for safe passage, the household had spent so many weeks in easy, familiar contact with the world on the other side of the cave's golden light that the actual crossing felt, to Issei, less like stepping into the unknown and more like finally, properly introducing two halves of the same beloved life to each other in person. Chapter 8. The crossing itself happened on a clear winter morning, the cave's golden light pulsing steady and strong as Issei, Mizuki, and Yukikaze stepped through together, hands linked, and the sensation that followed was unlike anything Issei had experienced during his original, accidental fall into Mizuki's world, gentle rather than violent, a slow, warm dissolution and reformation that left them standing, disoriented but whole. In the familiar courtyard of the old Ko-Academy clubroom, Rias was waiting, and the moment she saw them, she crossed the distance in seconds, pulling Issei into an embrace so fierce it nearly knocked the breath from his lungs, tears streaming freely down her face despite months of steady, reassuring contact through the connection. "You're actually here," she said, pulling back just enough to look at him properly, cupping his face in both hands as though needing to confirm with touch what her eyes had already told her. "I know we've talked every week for months, but I didn't let myself fully believe it until this exact moment. I'm here," Issei said, his own voice thick with emotion. "We're all here." The rest of the old occult research club arrived in a rush shortly after, Asia's tearful, overjoyed embrace, Akino's warm, teasing welcome, Kiba's steady, genuine relief, and Zenobia and Irina both talking over each other in their eagerness to properly greet him, and through it all, Issei watched Mizuki and Yukikaze absorb the overwhelming warmth of the reunion with expressions caught between wonder and quiet, careful joy. Understanding, at last, in a way that mere conversation through the cave's light had never quite fully conveyed, exactly how deeply this family had loved and missed him across the year of his absence. "You must be Mizuki," Rias said, once the initial flood of reunion had settled slightly, turning to offer a formal, respectful bow that visibly surprised Mizuki with its sincerity. "Thank you for everything you've given him. I spent a year afraid we had lost him to something terrible. Instead you gave him a home, and a family, and I will never be able to properly repay that." "He gave us just as much in return," Mizuki said, returning the bow with equal sincerity. "I understand now, meeting all of you, exactly how much of the man I married was shaped by the family that raised him here first. Thank you for giving me someone capable of loving so completely." Yukikaze, hovering slightly behind her mother with the particular nervous energy of someone meeting people who mattered enormously to someone she loved, found herself immediately and thoroughly embraced by Asia, who had clearly been looking forward to meeting her specifically ever since the earlier calls had revealed their shared interest in herbal medicine. "I brought you something," Asia said, producing a small, carefully wrapped package. "A collection of pressed herbs from our world, ones that don't grow where you're from. I thought you might find them interesting to study." Yukikaze's eyes lit up with genuine delight, all her earlier nervousness melting away entirely in the face of Asia's easy warmth. "This is amazing, thank you, I have so many questions." The two of them fell into an animated conversation almost immediately, and Issei, watching the ease with which his two families were folding into one another, felt a happiness so complete it nearly overwhelmed him entirely, the culmination of a year spent believing, quietly, that such a reunion might never be possible, now unfolding exactly as beautifully as he could ever have hoped. Chapter 9. The visit stretched across several days, Rias insisting on properly hosting the family in the Gremery Estate's guest quarters, and each day brought new discoveries, new easy joys, Mizuki touring the estate's gardens with Graphia, discussing household management and family responsibility with the particular mutual respect of two women who had each carried enormous burdens with quiet, unwavering competence. Yukikaze dragged along by Zenobia and Irina for an enthusiastic, if slightly chaotic, sparring session that left all three of them laughing and bruised and thoroughly delighted with one another's company. It was on the third evening, as the entire gathered group shared a meal together in the estate's grand dining hall, that Issei found himself watching the scene with a fullness of heart he had rarely experienced even across the many remarkable moments of his strange, improbable life. Mizuki seated beside Akino, deep in animated conversation about something that had both of them laughing, Yukikaze wedged between Asia and Zenobia, gesturing enthusiastically about some shared topic, Rias catching his eye from across the table and offering a warm, knowing smile that needed no words to convey everything she felt watching this unlikely, beautiful convergence of two families becoming, somehow, effortlessly one. "You look happy," Kiba observed quietly, settling beside Issei with his own plate. "I am," Issei said simply. "I spent a long time worried this exact moment might be impossible. Having both families, together, actually happy to know each other instead of feeling like I had to choose. I didn't let myself hope for this until it was actually happening." "You never had to choose," Kiba said. "None of us would have ever asked that of you. We only wanted to know you were safe and happy." Seeing this, he gestured toward the warm, noisy gathering filling the hall. "This is more than any of us could have hoped for, honestly." The evening wound down slowly, warm and unhurried, and it was near its end. As the gathering began to naturally disperse toward rest, that Ophis appeared, quiet and unassuming as always, drawing Issei aside with a small, deliberate gesture. "The tear that first took you," Ophis said, without preamble, in the flat, ancient tone that had always made her words carry more weight than their brevity suggested. "It was thinner than it should have been, that night. I sensed something exerting pressure from the other side, even then, though I did not understand its nature until your family's reports of the warden reached us through the connection." Issei felt a chill settle over him despite the warm evening. "You're saying the warden was involved from the very beginning? Before I even fell through?" "I believe so," Ophis said. "Which means the connection currently stabilized between our worlds may still carry traces of whatever design he originally intended, dormant, perhaps, but not necessarily gone. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because I believe you deserve to know, and because I believe your family, on both sides of that connection, deserves the chance to remain vigilant rather than assume the danger has fully passed." Chapter 10. Issei relayed Ophis's warning to Mizuki and the assembled families later that night, and though the news settled a sober weight over what had otherwise been a purely joyful visit, it did not shatter the hard-won peace they had built, only sharpened everyone's resolve to protect it properly. "Then we remain watchful," Mizuki said, her expression carved back into the steady, focused resolve Issei had first witnessed the night they met, a full year and a lifetime of shared experience ago now. "On both sides of the connection. We do not let a single lingering thread of the warden's ambition undo everything we have built to reach this moment." Rias nodded firmly in agreement. "We'll establish proper monitoring on our end as well. If something is still tied to that connection, we'll find it, and we'll deal with it together, the same way this family has apparently been dealing with everything this past year." "Together," Yukikaze said, and the word, spoken now among two entire families gathered around the same table, carried a weight and warmth that made Issei's chest ache with gratitude for everything the past year had taught him about the true, expansive nature of the word family, no longer bound by a single world or a single definition, but stretching, resilient and chosen, across every impossible distance that had ever tried to separate the people he loved. The remaining days of the visit passed in careful, watchful joy, Reika's counterpart Devils establishing monitoring protocols alongside the household's own vigilance, and though the shadow of Ophisa's warning lingered at the edges of every conversation, it did not diminish the genuine, hard-won happiness of two families finally, fully knowing one another. On the final evening before Mizuki, Issei, and Yukikaze prepared to return through the connection to their own world, Rias pulled Issei aside for a quiet, private moment beneath the same stars that had witnessed so much of his old life before he had ever fallen through a tear in reality into something new. "I'm glad you found them," she said softly. "I mean that with my whole heart, Issei. Whatever the warden's remaining influence turns out to be, whatever danger still waits somewhere in the threads of that connection, I have no doubt at all that you and your family, both families, will meet it exactly the way you've met everything else. Together, and without ever truly losing what you've built to protect it." "Thank you," Issei said, pulling her into a warm, grateful embrace. "For never giving up on finding me. For loving me enough to be happy for everything I found instead of resenting it." "Always," Rias said, and the promise, spoken beneath the same stars that had witnessed the beginning of his very first family a lifetime ago, settled into Issei's heart alongside every other precious certainty the past year had given him, a foundation built not on the absence of danger, but on the unshakable knowledge that whatever still lingered in the shadows of an ancient, patient design, he would never again have to face it without an entire, impossible, beautiful family standing beside him, on both sides of the boundary between worlds, ready to meet whatever came next. Together, always, and for as long as it took. Chapter 11. The return crossing felt different from their arrival, less an uncertain step into the unknown and more a homecoming in its own right, and when Issei, Mizuki, and Yukikaze emerged back into the familiar sea cave along their own coastline, Kaori and Reika were waiting exactly as promised, relief evident on both their faces at the sight of the family returning safe and whole. "Well?" Kaori asked, as they made their way up out of the cave into the crisp winter air. "How was it?" "Perfect," Yukikaze said immediately, practically glowing with the memory of the visit. "Better than perfect. I have so much to tell you. Wait until you hear about the raiding game Kiba explained to me, and Asia gave me these herbs you would not believe." She launched into an enthusiastic recounting of the visit's highlights as they walked, and Issei fell into step beside Mizuki, watching his daughter's animated storytelling with a warmth that had settled, over the past year, into something as natural and essential as breathing. "She seems entirely at peace with it now," Mizuki observed quietly, watching Yukikaze gesture emphatically about something Zenobia had apparently said during their sparring session. "The fear that once lived in her, the worry that your other family might somehow diminish what we've built. I don't believe it lingers any longer." "No," Issei agreed. "I think meeting them in person did exactly what we hoped it would. Made it real instead of abstract. Made it clear that having both families doesn't cost either one of them anything." They relayed Ophisa's warning to Kaori once they reached the house, and though the news settled a familiar weight of vigilance back over the household's rhythms, it did not undo the genuine peace the visit had brought, only sharpened everyone's resolve to protect it with open eyes rather than naive hope. "We'll increase the observation schedule at the cave," Kaori said, already turning practical, the warmth of Yukikaze's stories giving way to the same careful competence that had carried the coalition through every crisis of the past year. "And I'll reach out to the rest of the network, make certain everyone remains alert without descending into unnecessary panic. We've learned that lesson well enough by now." "Thank you," Mizuki said. "For everything, across this entire year. I do not believe we would have survived it half so well without the network you rebuilt." Kaori smiled, warm and genuine. "That network exists because you were brave enough to reach out again after years of isolation, Shiranui. We owe you as much as you owe us." Chapter 12. The weeks that followed settled into a new, deepened rhythm, the household's connection to Ko now a treasured, regular part of life rather than a fragile novelty, and the added vigilance around the cave's stability becoming simply another layer of the careful, deliberate watchfulness the family had learned, across a year of hard-won experience, to carry without letting it curdle into fear. It was nearly a month after their return, on an unremarkable evening that had begun exactly like countless others before it, that Reika's monitoring finally detected something worth genuine concern, a faint, familiar violet thread woven so subtly into the connection's steady golden pulse that it had taken weeks of careful observation to distinguish it from ordinary background noise. It's small, Reika reported, spreading her latest data across the low table for the gathered household and coalition to review. Barely a whisper compared to what we faced in the warehouse. But it's there, and it's the same signature. Ophis was right. Something of the warden's original design is still woven into this connection. Drake's assessment, when Issei relayed the question, carried careful reassurance alongside continued vigilance. It is a remnant, partner, not a resurgence. Whatever survived the altar's collapse and your confrontation with the warden himself exists now only as a faint echo, too weak to actively threaten the connection's stability on its own. But echoes, left unaddressed, can sometimes gather strength over time, the way a small crack in stone can widen slowly under enough patient pressure. So we address it now, Mizuki said, her expression settling into the same steady resolve that had carried the family through every prior crisis, before patience allows it to become something more dangerous. Better a small, manageable effort now than another desperate scramble later. The plan that followed unfolded with far less urgency than the warehouse assault had required, a careful, methodical effort spread across several evenings, Issei channeling the boosted gear's steady power directly into the cave's golden light, while Mizuki and Yukikaze stood guard, Reika's team monitoring the connection's stability throughout, and Drake's guidance ensuring the process unfolded with precision rather than the desperate, chaotic force that might have once played directly into whatever remained of the warden's design. By the final evening of the effort, the faint violet thread had thinned to nothing, dissolved not through overwhelming force but through the same patient, deliberate care the family had learned to apply to every challenge since the warehouse's collapse, and Reika's instruments confirmed, at last, a connection entirely, cleanly stable. Golden light pulsing steady and warm without a single trace of the ancient malice that had once tried so hard to claim it for its own purpose. It's clean, Reika said, relief evident in her voice as she reviewed the final readings. Fully stable. Whatever remained of the warden's original design, it's gone now. Truly gone this time. Chapter 13. They celebrated quietly that evening, no grand gathering this time, only the small family sharing dinner together in the comfortable, familiar rhythm that had become the truest measure of everything they had built and protected across a remarkable, dangerous, precious year. And Issei found himself, once dinner had finished and Yukikaze had retreated to her room to compose an enthusiastic message for their next call with Ko, sitting quietly on the porch beside Mizuki beneath a clear winter sky. A year ago, Mizuki said softly, leaning into him, I stood on this exact porch, uncertain whether I could allow myself to trust anyone with the fear of losing everything again. Now I sit here having watched my daughter make friends across an entire other world, having faced down an ancient threat and won, having found a connection to your original family that has only ever added warmth to our lives rather than taking anything away. She tilted her head up to look at him, something soft and full settling across her expression. I do not think I properly understood, that first uncertain night, exactly how much you would come to mean to us. To me. I didn't understand it either, Issei admitted, pulling her closer. I fell out of the sky into a fight that wasn't mine, expecting maybe to help however I could before finding some way home, and instead I found an entire life I didn't know I was searching for. 2 families instead of one, more love than I ever thought I had room to carry, and somehow it all fit anyway. They sat together in comfortable silence for a long while, the porch light casting warm gold across the quiet courtyard, and eventually Yukikaze wandered back out to join them, curling up between her parents with the easy, unself-conscious affection that had grown, across the past year, into simply another ordinary, treasured part of their life together. I already told Asia everything about the cleanup, she announced, settling comfortably against Issei's side. She says next time we visit, she wants to teach me how to identify some of the local plants around Ko properly, not just study the pressed samples. And Zenobia wants a proper rematch, she says she's been practicing. Sounds like you've got quite the social calendar building up across 2 entire worlds, Issei said, laughing, and Yukikaze grinned, unbothered by the teasing. What can I say? Turns out having a dragon for a stepdad comes with excellent networking opportunities. Mizuki laughed at that, warm and genuine, and Issei felt the familiar, settled certainty that had come to define this life he had built, against every improbable odds, from nothing more than an accidental fall through a tear in reality and a stubborn, deliberate choice to stay. Above them, the winter stars wheeled slow and steady across a clear sky untroubled, for the first time in longer than any of them could easily remember, by any lingering shadow of ancient design or old grief, and inside the small house that had become, across one remarkable year, entirely and unshakably home, a family that had grown to encompass two worlds settled into the warm, ordinary comfort of simply being together. Grateful, steady, and certain, at long last, that whatever the future still held, they would meet it exactly as they had met everything else. Together, on both sides of every boundary that had ever tried to keep them apart, and for as long as it took. Chapter 14. Spring returned to the district gradually, the frost that had marked the winter months giving way to the first tentative green along the residential quarters trees, and the household settled into its most peaceful stretch since Issei's very first disoriented night falling into an alley that smelled of rain and static, an entire year and a lifetime ago now. The regular calls with Ko continued, weekly at first and then, as both families grew increasingly comfortable weaving the connection into the ordinary rhythm of life, whenever the mood struck rather than on any fixed schedule at all, Yukikaze and Asia's friendship deepening into something that had both of them planning an actual extended visit for the coming summer. Complete with a carefully drafted itinerary that Yukikaze had been refining in her notebook for weeks, Koori's coalition, no longer bound together by the desperate urgency of active crisis, had settled into something more sustainable, regular gatherings that mixed genuine friendship with continued vigilance, a network rebuilt not merely for survival but for the quiet, ongoing work of watching over a district that had, at long last, earned a measure of real peace. It was on a warm spring evening, the three of them gathered in the courtyard beneath lanterns that no longer felt like a fragile echo of celebrations threatened by looming danger but simply a comfortable, ordinary part of home, that Yukikaze raised the question that had clearly been settling in her for some time. "Do you think this is it?" she asked, looking between her parents. "Like actually it. No more ancient threats, no more secret rituals, no more messengers showing up out of nowhere to ruin everything. Just this from now on?" Mizuki considered the question with the same careful honesty she had brought to every difficult conversation across the past year, unwilling to offer easy comfort where genuine uncertainty remained. "I do not believe any life worth living is ever entirely free of danger, Yukikaze. Our world carries a war that predates any of us, and it will likely continue long after we are gone. But I do believe we have earned, through everything we survived this past year, the right to a genuine season of peace. Perhaps not forever, but real, and worth treasuring exactly as it is." "That's fair," Yukikaze said, nodding slowly. Some of the old anxious need for absolute certainty finally settled into something steadier, more mature, the particular peace of someone who had learned, through hard experience, to hold both vigilance and joy together without letting either one crowd out the other. "I think I can live with that. Real peace, even if it's not forever." Issei reached over and pulled her into a one-armed hug, and she leaned into it without hesitation, the easy, unguarded affection that had become, across the past year, simply another treasured thread in the fabric of their ordinary life together. "Whatever comes next, whenever it comes," Issei said, "we've got two entire families now, across two entire worlds, ready to face it together. That's more than most people ever get. I don't think either of us takes that for granted, not for a single day." "No," Mizuki agreed, reaching over to rest her hand against his where it rested on Yukikaze's shoulder. "Not for a single day." They sat together beneath the lantern light a while longer, the warm spring evening settling comfortably around them, and somewhere far beyond the edges of the district, the world continued its ordinary, unremarkable turning, no ancient design stirring impatient malice, no gathering storm waiting to test them again, only the simple, precious, hard-won gift of an evening spent exactly as they wished to spend it, together, whole, and entirely, unshakably home. The dragon who had fallen out of the sky a year before, into a fight that was never his to begin with, had found, in the family that fight led him to, something he had not known he was searching for until the moment he found it. And sitting there beneath the lantern light, surrounded by everything and everyone he had chosen to love completely, Issei Hyoudou understood, with the same quiet, certain clarity that had carried him through every impossible chapter of his strange and remarkable life, that he would make exactly the same choice again, without a moment's hesitation, no matter how many times the universe cared to offer it to him. Act 5, Chapter 1. Summer arrived warm and easy over the district, and with it came the visit Yukikaze and Asia had spent months planning, the two of them finally crossing together into Ko for a proper extended stay, and for 2 full weeks the household's rhythm shifted into something quieter, gentler. Issei and Mizuki settling into an unfamiliar but not unwelcome calm with their daughter safely enjoying a summer among friends on the other side of the connection. It was during those quiet weeks, with Yukikaze away and the house feeling, for the first time in a long while, a little too spacious for just the two of them, that the first sign of new trouble arrived, not through the cave's golden light this time, but through an urgent call relayed directly from Rias herself. "We have a problem," Rias said, her image resolving through the connection with none of the easy warmth their calls usually carried, her expression tight with the particular focus Issei remembered from her most serious strategic briefings back in his old life. "Yukikaze and Asia are safe. I want to say that immediately so you don't panic. But we've detected Chaos Brigade activity near the boundary where your connection meets our world, and given everything Ophis warned us about regarding the Warden's original design, I don't think that's a coincidence." Issei's stomach dropped, old instincts from a lifetime spent fighting exactly this kind of threat surging back to full alertness in an instant. The Chaos Brigade. As in, actual remnants of the old organization? I thought we'd scattered most of that after everything with Ophis and the Dragon of Dragons. Scattered, not eliminated, Rias said grimly. Fragments have persisted for years, mostly quiet, mostly disorganized. But something's changed recently. We're picking up chatter about a faction specifically interested in dimensional boundaries, seams between worlds, exactly the kind of phenomenon your connection represents. I don't think it's coincidence that this interest surfaced not long after news of a stable, working connection between two entire worlds started circulating among the wrong circles. Mizuki, standing close beside Issei throughout the call, absorbed the report with the same hard, focused calm she had carried through every crisis of the past year. "You believe they intend to exploit the connection the way the Warden once did?" "I think it's possible, yes," Rias said. "Which is why I wanted to reach you immediately, rather than waiting until we had every detail confirmed. Yukikaze and Asia are perfectly safe, we've increased security around the estate significantly, but I wanted both of you aware, and I wanted to ask, carefully, whether you'd be willing to come through and help us investigate properly. Your experience with the Warden's design, and Drake's knowledge of dimensional phenomena, could prove invaluable." Issei looked at Mizuki, and found in her expression the same immediate, unhesitating resolve he felt rising in his own chest. "We're coming through," he said. "Give us an hour to prepare, and we'll be there." Chapter 2. The crossing felt different this time, urgency replacing the earlier wonder of their first careful, ceremonial visit, and when Issei and Mizuki emerged into the familiar courtyard of the Gremory estate, Rias was waiting with a small assembled group, Akino and Kiba flanking her. Expressions set with the particular seriousness Issei associated with genuine strategic crisis rather than the easy warmth of their usual reunions. "Where's Yukikaze?" Mizuki said immediately, scanning the courtyard. "Safe, inside, with Asia and Zenobia watching over both of them," Rias assured her quickly. "I promise, Mizuki, nothing has happened to either of them, and nothing will. Not while we have any say in the matter. I only wanted you here for the strategic discussion, not because there's been any actual attack." The reassurance eased some of the tension in Mizuki's shoulders, though the sharp, focused readiness remained, and Issei found himself grateful, not for the first time, for the particular kind of steadiness his wife brought to exactly this kind of crisis, fear folded neatly beneath purpose in a way that mirrored his own hard-won instincts perfectly. They gathered in the estate's war room, a space Issei had not entered in over a year, and the familiarity of it, maps and reports spread across the same long table where he had once planned countless strategies alongside Rias and the rest of the old occult research club, settled a strange, bittersweet nostalgia over him even amid the gravity of the moment. "Here's what we know," Rias said, spreading a fresh set of reports across the table. "A faction calling itself the Boundary Seekers has been active for approximately 6 months, small, disciplined, apparently led by a former Chaos Brigade lieutenant who escaped the organization's collapse years ago. Their stated goal, as best our intelligence can determine, is locating and exploiting naturally occurring or artificially stabilized dimensional seams, harvesting the energy such boundaries generate for purposes we haven't yet fully determined. Sounds familiar, Issei said grimly. That's basically what the Warden was doing, just with different branding. Possibly connected, possibly simply convergent interests, Rias said. Ophis believes there may be a link, some scattered remnant of the Warden's original design finding its way into this faction's founding ambitions, though she cannot confirm it definitively. What we do know is that our connection, your connection, has apparently attracted their specific attention over the past month, ever since reports of its existence began circulating more widely. Aquino leaned forward, her expression uncharacteristically serious. We intercepted a message 3 days ago, encrypted, but Sona's team managed to break enough of it to understand the gist. They intend to attempt a direct approach to the seam itself, within the week, aiming to harvest its energy for whatever their larger purpose actually is. Drake's voice rose within Issei, low and grim. This confirms what I feared, partner, when I first sensed lingering traces of the Warden's design woven into your connection. Whatever remained of his ambition may have found new hands willing to carry it forward, whether through direct inheritance or mere convergent ideology. Either way, the threat to the connection, and to everyone who depends upon it, is genuine. Chapter 3. The strategic planning that followed stretched late into the evening, both families' resources folding together with the same easy, practiced coordination that had marked their earlier visit, Sona's intelligence network combining with Kaori's coalition contacts through a hastily arranged secondary call, Drake's dimensional knowledge proving invaluable and predicting exactly how the boundary seekers might attempt their approach. If they're targeting the seam itself, Mizuki said, studying the gathered intelligence with the same careful, tactical eye she had once applied to the warehouse assault, then our best defense is meeting them there directly, rather than waiting for them to choose the moment of attack. We control the terrain if we hold the cave itself. Agreed, Rias said. But we need to move carefully. If Ophis is right that some fragment of the Warden's design lingers in their ambitions, we may be facing something more dangerous than an ordinary faction of rogue devils and scattered cows brigade remnants. I want full coordination between both our forces before we commit to anything. The plan that emerged combined the hard-won lessons of both families' experience, Kaori's coalition providing ground support along the coastline while Rias's peerage secured the connection from the coast side, and Issei and Mizuki positioned to defend the cave itself directly, the same tactical role they had filled during the confrontation with the Warden months before. Though this time with the added strength of an entire second family's resources standing ready to reinforce them. It was well past midnight by the time the planning finally concluded, and Issei found himself, in the quiet aftermath, seeking out Yukikaze, who had been waiting anxiously throughout the evening's proceedings for any word of what had been decided. "You're really going to fight them," she said, when he found her curled on a window seat in one of the estate's smaller sitting rooms, Asia dozing beside her, clearly having stayed up as long as she could manage before exhaustion finally claimed her. "We are," Issei confirmed, settling beside his daughter. "Both families together. Just like everything else we've faced. I want to help." Issei studied her for a long moment, weighing the same instinct to protect that had once made Mizuki so reluctant to let Yukikaze near any real danger, against the respect he had learned, across the past year, to hold for exactly how capable his daughter had become. "This one's more dangerous than what we've faced before, if Ophis's warning about the Warden's lingering influence turns out to be accurate. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I know. I still want to help. I've trained for this exact thing, Issei, marksmanship, tactics, everything Mom's taught me for over a year now. If I sit this out just because it's scary, what was the point of any of that training?" Her jaw set with the same stubborn resolve Issei recognized instantly from countless confrontations across their shared life together. "I'm not asking to be reckless. I'm asking to be trusted, the same way you and Mom trust each other." Issei felt the familiar ache of a father's fear warring against genuine respect, and after a long moment, he nodded slowly. "I'll talk to your mother. If she agrees, and if we build a role for you that keeps you safe without keeping you sidelined, then yes. You're part of this." Yukikaze's relief was immediate and visible, and she leaned into his shoulder gratefully. Thank you for actually listening instead of just deciding for me. Always, Issei said, and meant it completely. Chapter 4. Mizuki, when Issei raised the question later that night, listened to Yukikaze's case with the same careful consideration she brought to every difficult decision touching their daughter's safety, and though the fear was visible in her eyes throughout the conversation, she ultimately arrived at the same conclusion Issei had. She has earned the right to be trusted, Mizuki said finally, once Yukikaze had gone to bed and the two of them sat together in the quiet of their guest quarters. I spent 5 years trying to protect her by keeping her at a careful distance from every real danger, and I understand now, more clearly than I did even a year ago, that such protection eventually becomes its own kind of harm, teaching her that her own capability doesn't matter, that she must always wait to be saved rather than trusted to help save others. She's not the frightened girl who hid in the doorway that first night anymore, Issei agreed. She's grown into someone genuinely formidable. I think we do her a disservice pretending otherwise, even out of love. Then we build her a role, Mizuki said, resolve settling firmly into place. Supported, careful, but real. Not a bystander. A member of this family's defense, exactly as she's earned the right to be. The following days brought intensive preparation. Yukikaze folded fully into the tactical planning alongside both families' more experienced fighters, her marksmanship drilled alongside Rias's peerage in coordinated exercises that left even the seasoned devils impressed by her precision, and by the time the day of the planned confrontation arrived, a comprehensive strategy had taken shape, layered defenses, clear communication protocols, and contingencies built from the hard-won lessons of every crisis the family had survived across the past year. They gathered at the cave in the early morning hours, the combined forces of both families arranged in careful positions along the coastline and within the cave's winding passages, and Issei felt the familiar, steady focus settle over him as he took his position near the connection's inner chamber, Mizuki beside him. Yukikaze positioned at a covered vantage point that would let her provide precise support without exposing her directly to the front line. Ready? Mizuki asked quietly, her hand finding his in the tense stillness before the coming confrontation. Ready, Issei confirmed, and Drake's presence surged steady and certain beneath his skin, the same partnership that had carried them through every impossible fight of the past year settling into place once more. The boundary seekers arrived exactly as Sona's intelligence had predicted, a disciplined force moving with the coordinated precision of soldiers who had trained together for a specific, singular purpose. And at their head walked a figure whose presence made Issei's blood run cold the instant he laid eyes on them, tall and gaunt, robed in shifting colors that recalled, with sickening familiarity, the exact appearance of the warden he had believed defeated months before. Chapter 5. You look surprised, the figure said, voice carrying the same layered, resonant quality that had once belonged to the warden himself, though something in its texture felt different now, thinner, more fragmented, as though whatever spoke through this new form carried only an echo of the original's full power rather than its complete presence. I confess I did not expect to encounter you here quite so directly either, dragon. Though perhaps I should have. You have a habit of standing precisely where I least wish you to be. You're not him, Issei said, studying the figure carefully, Drake's assessment confirming his own instinct even as he spoke. Not fully. What's left of the warden, wearing someone else's face? The figure's expression flickered with something like grudging acknowledgement. Perceptive. Yes. What you and your family destroyed in that warehouse was the greater part of my design, the culmination of years of patient work unmade in a single night. But greater does not mean entire. Enough remained, scattered and weakened, to find new purpose among those willing to carry my ambition forward in exchange for the power I could still offer them. The boundary seekers, Ria said, stepping forward alongside her own assembled forces, positioned at the cave's opposite entrance in perfect coordination with Issei and Mizuki's approach. You built them from the remnants of the Chaos Brigade's collapse, exactly the way you once built the Seishu remnant into your instrument. Convenient tools are convenient regardless of which world they originate from, the figure said, unbothered by the accusation. And this connection between your worlds, freshly stabilized, insufficiently defended against a determined effort, represents exactly the kind of opportunity a patient remnant such as myself cannot resist pursuing, however diminished my current strength compared to what I once commanded. Mizuki's Naginata rose into ready position beside Issei's igniting gauntlet, and the two families, arrayed together across the cave's approaches, settled into the same coordinated readiness that had carried them through every crisis since the warehouse's collapse. "You lost once already," Mizuki said, voice carrying the same hard, unshaken resolve that had first driven the warden back all those months before. "Diminished or not, you will find this family, and everyone standing beside it, no easier to break the second time." The figure's composure flickered again, something almost like genuine wariness crossing its fragmented features before settling back into cold determination. "Perhaps. But I no longer need to break you directly, Shiranui. I need only claim enough of this connection's energy to rebuild what your family destroyed. Whether you survive the attempt matters considerably less to my purpose than it once did." The battle began without further warning, the boundary seekers surging forward in disciplined formation, and the cave erupted into the same chaotic, desperate combat that had once defined the warehouse's collapse, though this time, with two entire families fighting in coordinated unity rather than a single small team operating largely alone, the balance of the fight tilted, from its very first moments, decisively in their favor. Chapter 6. Issei fought at the heart of the engagement, the boosted gear's power flowing through him with the same steady, controlled discipline he had learned across a year of hard-won growth, doubling stacking with precision rather than desperation, each strike aimed not merely to overwhelm but to protect, Mizuki's Naginata a constant, deadly presence beside him, and beyond them both. The combined forces of Rias's peerage and Kaori's coalition driving back the boundary seekers' disciplined lines with a coordinated ferocity that spoke to months of careful joint preparation finally proving its worth. From her covered position, Yukikaze's precise shots found gaps in the enemy's formation with unerring accuracy, each strike carefully placed to disable rather than kill where possible, her tactical awareness proving as sharp in the actual chaos of battle as it had during every planning session leading up to this moment, and Issei, catching brief glimpses of her steady, focused work between his own exchanges, felt a fierce pride swell alongside the fear that never fully left him whenever his daughter stood anywhere near real danger. The fragmented warden, watching the battle turn steadily against his gathered forces, finally abandoned his composed distance and moved directly toward the cave's inner chamber, toward the connection's golden pulsing heart, clearly intent on seizing whatever energy he could claim before the battle's outcome could be fully decided. "He's going for the seam directly," Rias called out, already breaking from her own engagement to intercept, but Issei was closer and moved first, placing himself between the fragmented ancient figure and the connection that held everything, both families, both worlds, that he had spent the past year building and protecting. "Not happening," Issei said, gauntlet blazing at full power. "Not this connection. Not ever." The warden's remaining strength, diminished but far from harmless, lashed out with a desperate, concentrated fury that drove Issei backward several steps despite his own considerable power, ancient malice compressed into a fraction of its original form but no less dangerous for its diminishment, and for a tense, uncertain moment, the outcome of the confrontation hung genuinely undecided. Then Mizuki's Naginata found an opening exactly where Issei's defense had drawn the warden's fragmented attention, and Yukikaze's precisely placed shot struck true a heartbeat later, and the combined strike, family fighting together with the same perfect coordination that had carried them through every crisis before this one, finally shattered what remained of the ancient figure's borrowed form entirely. The cave fell silent, the last echo of violet light dissolving into the golden pulse of the connection, and this time, when Drake offered his assessment, the certainty in the dragon's voice carried none of the earlier ambiguity that had followed their first victory. "This time, partner," the dragon said, quiet and certain, "I believe the design is truly, fully ended. What remained was only a fragment, and that fragment is now entirely unmade. No further echo lingers within the connection to threaten it again." Chapter 7. The remaining boundary seekers, their leaders' fragmented power destroyed and their coordinated formation shattered, scattered quickly in the aftermath, and the combined forces of both families made no effort to pursue beyond ensuring the immediate threat to the connection had passed, content, in the exhausted, relieved quiet that followed real victory. To let the fractured remnants of a defeated organization disperse into whatever obscurity awaited them. Yukikaze reached her parents within moments of the battle's end, and though the fear and adrenaline of real combat still visibly gripped her, there was no trace of the frightened girl who had once watched a stranger fall out of the sky to save her mother's life, only the steady, capable young woman she had grown into across a year of hard-won trial. Standing tall among the gathered fighters of two entire families with the quiet confidence of someone who had earned her place among them. Completely. "We did it," she said, breathless, disbelieving. "We actually did it. Together." "Together," Mizuki confirmed, pulling her daughter into a fierce embrace, and Issei wrapped his arms around both of them, the three of them standing amid the aftermath of battle in the same cave that had first opened the connection between everything he loved, whole, safe, and victorious. Rias found them shortly after, her own peerage regrouping steadily around her, and the relief and warmth in her expression as she took in the sight of the small family standing together, unharmed, needed no words to convey everything she felt. "It's over," she said. "Truly over this time. Office will want a full report, but I don't believe there's any lingering threat left to worry over. The warden's design is finally, completely unmade. Thanks to both families," Issei said, looking around at the combined group of fighters, devils and Taimanin standing together amid the settling dust of a battle fought and won through genuine, hard-earned unity. "I don't think either side could have managed this alone." "No," Rias agreed, smiling. "I don't believe we could have. Which is, I think, the truest measure of everything this past year has built. Not just a connection between two worlds, but a genuine alliance, forged through exactly the kind of trust that makes families out of strangers, and makes strangers into something worth calling family." They made their way back up out of the cave together as the morning sun crested fully over the coastline, both families intermingled in easy, exhausted camaraderie, and Issei, walking between Mizuki and Yukikaze with the whole of his impossible, expansive family gathered around him, felt the same quiet, certain gratitude that had carried him through every remarkable turn of the past year settled deep and permanent into his heart. Whatever the future still held, whatever new challenges the vast, layered multiverse still had waiting somewhere beyond the edges of their hard-won peace, he understood now, with absolute certainty, exactly what would carry them through it. Not merely strength, though strength had certainly served them well. Not merely careful strategy, though that too had proven essential across every crisis they had faced. But the simple, stubborn, endlessly renewable choice to stand together, family bound not by blood or single world or narrow definition, but by love freely chosen and fiercely protected, again and again, for as long as it took. Chapter 8. The aftermath of the battle brought both families back to the Gremory estate for a proper accounting, injuries tended, reports compiled, and Ophis herself arriving within the hour to confirm, with her own ancient senses, exactly what Drake had already assured Issei privately, that the warden's design, in every fragment and echo, had finally been unmade completely. "The connection is clean," Ophis said, her flat, ancient voice carrying its usual economy of words as she studied the assembled group in the estate's great hall. "No trace remains. What began as an accident, one seam thinning enough to drop a dragon through it, has become something stable, deliberate, entirely free of the influence that once sought to twist it toward harm." "Thank you," Mizuki said, offering the ancient being a respectful bow that Ophis received with the same quiet, unbothered acceptance she extended to most gestures of gratitude. "For your warning, and for confirming its resolution now." "You did the work," Ophis said simply. "I only noticed the danger. The unmaking belonged entirely to your family, and to this one." She glanced between the assembled Taimanin and the gathered members of Rias's peerage, something almost like approval settling into her otherwise inscrutable expression. "It is rare, in my long experience across many worlds, to see two such different families integrate so completely, so quickly, in service of something larger than either alone could accomplish." Yukikaze, still riding the exhausted, satisfied high of the battle's successful conclusion, looked between the assembled devils and the coalition members who had crossed through the connection to lend their support, and something in her expression settled into quiet, genuine wonder. "It really is like one family now, isn't it? Not two separate ones that happen to know each other. Actually one." "I believe it has become exactly that," Rias said warmly, settling beside her with an easy affection that had grown, across the past year, into something as natural as if they had always known each other. Distance and different worlds don't change that, not anymore. Not with the connection as stable as it's become. The celebration that followed stretched long into the evening, the estate's great hall filling with the same warm, easy joy that had marked their earlier visit, though this time layered with the deeper satisfaction of genuine victories shared, both families' fighters swapping stories of the battle with the particular camaraderie that only comes from having faced real danger together, and emerged whole on the other side. Issei found himself, at one point in the evening's festivities, drawn aside by Akino, who studied him with the particular thoughtful expression she reserved for moments of genuine sincerity beneath her usual playful demeanor. "You've changed," she said. "Not in a way that makes you less yourself. If anything, more. A year ago I don't think you would have believed yourself capable of building something like this, 2 families, 2 worlds, held together through nothing but your own stubborn heart." "I had a lot of help," Issei said, glancing toward where Mizuki stood laughing with Grafia near the hall's edge, Yukikaze animatedly recounting the battle's details to an enthralled Gasper nearby. "I didn't do any of this alone." "No," Akino agreed, smiling. "But you're the reason any of us are standing in this room together at all." Don't sell that short. Chapter 9. The visit stretched across several more days before Issei, Mizuki, and Yukikaze finally prepared to return through the connection to their own world, and in that time, the deepening bond between both families settled into something that felt, to Issei, less like a treasured novelty and more like simply the true, expanded shape of his life going forward. Sona, who had coordinated much of the intelligence work that made their victory possible, spent an afternoon with Reika and Kaori discussing formal protocols for continued cooperation between the 2 worlds' respective defensive networks, an arrangement that promised to leave both sides considerably better prepared for whatever future challenges the layered multiverse might still produce. "We should establish this properly," Sona said, spreading a fresh set of proposed agreements across the table in one of the estate's quieter studies. "Regular intelligence sharing, coordinated response protocols, perhaps even joint training exercises over time. What happened with the Warden and his boundary seekers proved that threats capable of crossing between our worlds require exactly this kind of formalized cooperation to properly counter." "I agree completely," Kaori said, reviewing the proposal with evident approval. "My coalition has spent years operating largely in isolation, believing our war belonged entirely to our own world. This past year has taught me otherwise, rather thoroughly." Yukikaze, sitting in on the discussion with the same engaged interest she brought to every strategic conversation now, added her own perspective with the confidence of someone who had genuinely earned her seat at such a table. "We should build in flexibility too. Not everything that crosses between worlds is going to be a direct copy of what we've already faced. The next threat, if there is one, might look completely different." "A fair point," Sona said, studying Yukikaze with visible, genuine respect. "You have good instincts. Have you considered formal strategic training, beyond what your mother has already taught you? I'd be glad to mentor you further, if you're interested, the next time you visit." Yukikaze's eyes lit with unmistakable excitement at the offer, and Mizuki, watching from nearby, felt a familiar swell of pride at witnessing her daughter's world, and her daughter's future, expanding in ways she could never have imagined during the isolated, careful years before Issei had fallen so improbably into their lives. "I'd like that," Yukikaze said. "A lot, actually." Chapter 10. On their final evening before returning home, Issei found a quiet moment with Mizuki on the same balcony overlooking the estate's gardens where they had shared their first real conversation about the future during their earlier visit, and the ease with which they settled into comfortable silence together spoke to how thoroughly this place, this family, had woven itself into the fabric of their shared life. "I keep thinking about what Ofa said," Mizuki said eventually, watching the last light of evening fade slowly over the gardens below. "About how rare it is for 2 such different families to integrate so completely. I did not expect, when you first fell into that alley a year ago, that I would ever come to think of devils and dragons and an entire other world as simply another part of our family. And yet here we are. Does it feel strange?" Issei asked. "Having your whole life expand this much, this fast?" "It felt strange, at first," Mizuki admitted. "But strangeness fades, when the thing you are adjusting to keeps proving itself worth the adjustment. I do not feel as though I have lost anything, expanding our family this way. Only gained an enormous amount, for both myself and for Yukikaze, that I never would have found if you had not fallen so improbably into our lives that first terrible, wonderful night. Issei pulled her close, resting his chin against the top of her head as they watched the garden settle into evening shadow together. I keep thinking the same thing. That every impossible turn this past year has taken, somehow it all led here. To this. To both families, together, stronger for having found each other than either one was alone. They stood together a while longer in comfortable silence, and when they finally returned inside to find Yukikaze deep in an animated conversation with Zenobia about strategy and tactics that showed no signs of concluding any time soon, Issei felt the same full, grateful contentment that had come to define this remarkable and probable life he had built, against every reasonable expectation. From a single accidental fall through a tear in reality. Chapter 11. The return home, when it finally came the following morning, carried none of the earlier crossing's tension, only the warm, settled satisfaction of a family returning from a hard-won victory to the peaceful life they had fought so thoroughly to protect, and as they emerged from the cave into the familiar warmth of a summer morning along their own coastline, Kaori and Reika were waiting exactly as before. Relief and pride evident on both their faces at the news of the Boundary Seekers' defeat. So it's really finished, Kaori said, once the full account of the battle had been relayed. The Warden, the Boundary Seekers, all of it, truly ended this time. Truly ended, Mizuki confirmed. And in its place, something considerably stronger than what we had before. A genuine alliance, between two entire worlds, built on trust earned through exactly the kind of crisis that tests whether such trust is real. They walked home together through streets grown warm and golden with the full arrival of summer, and when they finally reached the familiar gate of the small house that had become, across an entire remarkable year, so completely and unshakably home, Yukikaze paused at the threshold, looking back at the two people who had built this life alongside her, before stepping through with the easy, settled confidence of someone who understood, completely, exactly how fortunate she had been in the family fate had assembled for her. That evening, the three of them shared dinner together in the same comfortable, familiar rhythm that had carried them through every crisis and every quiet joy of the past year. No ancient threat looming over the table this time, no urgent danger demanding their attention, only the ordinary, treasured warmth of a family that had fought, again and again, for the right to simply exist together, safe and whole and endlessly. Deliberately chosen. Do you think there'll be more threats eventually? Yukikaze asked, near the meal's end, though her voice carried none of the old anxious need for absolute reassurance, only the calm, practical curiosity of someone who had made her peace with uncertainty, as simply another part of the life she had chosen to live. Probably, Mizuki said honestly. The layered nature of the worlds we now move between guarantees as much, eventually. But I no longer fear that uncertainty the way I once did. We have proven, again and again, exactly what this family is capable of facing, and exactly how much stronger we become for having two entire worlds worth of people willing to stand beside us when it matters. Together, Issei added, and Yukikaze smiled, the word no longer carrying the weight of desperate hope it once had, but simply the comfortable, certain truth of a promise proven true across every trial the past year had offered. Together, she echoed, and outside the summer stars began their slow climb into a clear evening sky, untroubled, for now, by any lingering shadow of ancient design, watching over a small house that held, within its warm and ordinary walls, a family that had grown, against every improbable odds the multiverse could offer, to encompass two entire worlds' worth of love, and had proven, beyond any reasonable doubt, exactly how far that love could carry them, together, for as long as it took, and through whatever still waited, patient and unknown, somewhere beyond the edges of their hard-won peace. Chapter 12. Late summer settled into the district with the particular golden warmth that Issei had come to associate, across 2 full years now, with the season of peace that always seemed to follow hard on the heels of genuine crisis survived, and the household's rhythm eased back into its familiar, treasured normalcy, training continuing steadily but without urgency. The regular calls to co-weaving seamlessly into the fabric of ordinary life rather than standing apart as something requiring careful, anxious management. It was during this settled, peaceful stretch that Kaori arrived one afternoon with news that brought a different kind of significance to the household, less crisis than opportunity, and considerably more welcome for it. The coalition wants to formalize itself, she announced, settling at the low table with the easy familiarity of someone who had become, across the past year, as much a fixture of the household as any blood relation. Not merely a loose network of old comrades reconnecting in times of danger, but a proper organization, with structure, with training programs, with the resources to actually prevent crises rather than merely respond to them once they've already begun. That's a significant undertaking, Mizuki said, though the interest in her voice was unmistakable. It is. Which is precisely why I've come to ask whether you would consider taking a formal leadership role. Not as the sole commander, I would never ask that of you, given everything else you carry now. But as a founding council member, alongside myself and a few others who fought this war seriously enough, once, to understand exactly what proper preparation requires. Mizuki considered the proposal with the same careful, deliberate weight she brought to every significant decision, glancing briefly at Issei before responding. I would want Yukikaze included in the planning discussions, at minimum. She has earned that, through everything this past year demanded of her. I had assumed as much, Kaori said, smiling. Sona's already asked whether we might establish some formal exchange program between our organization and her own strategic training initiatives on the Ko side. Yukikaze's name came up rather specifically in that conversation. Yukikaze, who had been listening from where she sat nearby, straightened with unmistakable interest. Wait, an actual exchange program? Like formal training between both worlds? Precisely that, Kaori confirmed. If your parents agree, and if you're interested, you'd be among the very first participants. A pilot program, so to speak, testing exactly how thoroughly two different worlds' worth of strategic and combat training might complement each other. Yukikaze looked to her parents, hope and excitement plain across her expression, and Issei felt the familiar warmth of watching his daughter's world continue to expand in directions either of them could have imagined during the early, uncertain days of his arrival. We'll discuss it properly, Mizuki said, though her tone carried little genuine hesitation. But I don't believe either of us intends to stand in the way of an opportunity like this. Chapter 13. The formal establishment of what Kaori eventually named the Concordat, a deliberate echo, she explained, of old treaties between distant nations finding common cause, took shape over the following months, and the household found itself, gradually, at the center of something considerably larger than the small, private family they had built together across the past year. A genuine bridge between two worlds' worth of people who had learned, through hard experience, that isolation had never truly served anyone's safety. Yukikaze's exchange training began that autumn, brief structured visits to Ko under Sona's careful mentorship interspersed with her continuing education at Seishu Academy and her ongoing combat training under her mother's watchful guidance, and Issei watched, with quiet, immense pride, as his daughter grew increasingly confident navigating both worlds fluently. No longer merely a visitor to Ko but someone building a genuine, independent place for herself there, alongside the equally genuine place she had always held at home. I had a whole strategy session with Sona today, she announced one evening, dropping her bag by the door with the particular energetic satisfaction of someone who had spent the day doing exactly what she loved. She says my instincts for reading enemy formations are unusually sharp for someone my age. Wants me to start shadowing some of her actual strategic planning for real operations, not just training scenarios. That's wonderful, Mizuki said, pride evident in every word. Your father would be equally impressed, I imagine, once you tell him properly over dinner. I'm telling both of you right now, Yukikaze said, grinning, and the easy, comfortable warmth of the moment settled over the household exactly as it had settled, again and again, across the remarkable year and more since Issei had first fallen so improbably into their lives. That evening, once dinner had finished and Yukikaze had retreated to compose an enthusiastic message for Sona detailing some tactical insight she'd apparently developed during her walk home, Issei found himself sitting quietly with Mizuki on the porch, the same porch where so much of their shared life together had unfolded, one careful, precious conversation at a time. Do you ever think about how different everything might have been, Mizuki asked, if that seam had never opened, if you had never fallen into that alley a year and more ago? Sometimes, Issei admitted. But I don't dwell on it. Whatever brought me here, accident or some larger design neither of us fully understands, I can't imagine wanting a different outcome than the one we actually built. Yukikaze, this whole impossible, beautiful life stretched across 2 entire worlds now. I wouldn't trade a single piece of it. Mizuki leaned into him, warm and settled in the way that had become, across their time together, simply the truest expression of everything they had built and protected and chosen, again and again, through every trial the past year and more had offered them. Neither would I, she said softly. Not for anything the universe might have offered instead. They sat together beneath the late summer stars, the ordinary, treasured piece of a family that had earned every quiet evening through genuine sacrifice and unwavering choice settling warm and unshaken around them, and somewhere beyond the edges of their small, precious corner of 2 entwined worlds, the wider multiverse continued its vast, layered turning, holding whatever future challenges still waited patiently for their own eventual moment, unknown and unhurried, while the family that had already proven itself capable of meeting anything together simply rested, for now, in the warm, hard-won comfort of a peace they intended to protect for exactly as long as it took. Chapter 14. The first formal gathering of the newly established Concordat took place at Kaori's dojo on a crisp autumn evening. Representatives from both worlds gathered together for the first time not in the aftermath of crisis but in deliberate, forward-looking planning, and Issei, standing at the edge of the crowded room with Mizuki beside him, watched the assembled group with a quiet sense of wonder that had not entirely faded despite everything the past year and more had already shown him was possible. Sona had crossed through personally for the occasion, accompanied by 2 members of her own strategic team, and the sight of Devils and Taimanin seated together around the same planning table, exchanging notes and tactical insights with the easy professionalism of longtime colleagues rather than representatives of 2 worlds that had never once, before this past year, imagined the other's existence, struck Issei as one of the more genuinely remarkable things he had witnessed across his entire strange, improbable life. We should establish a proper training facility, Sona was saying, spreading a set of proposed blueprints across the table. Somewhere that can serve as a genuine hub for both worlds' methods, rather than treating this as a temporary arrangement built purely around crisis response. If this connection is going to remain stable indefinitely, and every indication suggests it will, we should build institutions that reflect that permanence. I agree, Mizuki said, studying the blueprints with evident interest. Kaori and I have discussed something similar, though we hadn't yet considered incorporating Koa's methods so directly into the physical structure of the training itself. Yukikaze, seated near the table's edge with the easy confidence of someone who had genuinely earned her place among these discussions, leaned forward with a suggestion of her own. What if we designed it around rotation, students spending structured time in both worlds rather than choosing one primary base of operations? That way nobody has to choose between traditions the way people might assume they need to. They just learn to move fluently between both. The suggestion drew genuine consideration from the assembled group, and Issei watched his daughter field the following discussion with the same sharp, confident competence she brought to every challenge now, no longer the frightened girl who had once hidden in a doorway at the sight of a stranger, but someone who had grown, across the transformative span of the past year and more, into a genuine architect of the very bridge between worlds that had once seemed, to all of them, like the most improbable outcome imaginable. The meeting stretched late into the evening, plans taking increasingly concrete shape, and by its conclusion, the assembled representatives of both worlds had settled on a framework that promised to formalize everything the past year's hard-won trust had built, a genuine, lasting institution dedicated not merely to defending against whatever threats the layered multiverse might still produce, but to actively strengthening the bond between 2 worlds that had found, through crisis and choice, alike, considerably more in common than either had ever expected. Walking home afterward beneath a sky just beginning to show the first crisp stars of the changing season, Issei found himself reflecting on the sheer distance traveled since that first terrified night falling into an unfamiliar alley, alone and disoriented in a world he had never imagined existed, and the family, the 2 families, the entire expanding web of connection and trust he had somehow, against every reasonable expectation, helped to build in the time since. You're quiet, Mizuki observed, her hand finding his as they walked. Just thinking, Issei said. About how far we've come. From that first night, just the two of you and a stranger who fell out of the sky, to this. An entire alliance, built on everything we survived together. It is remarkable, Mizuki agreed. Though I find, increasingly, that I am less surprised by it than I once might have been. You have always had a way of turning accidents into something worth building on purpose. I suspect that will remain true for whatever the future still has waiting for us. Yukikaze, walking a few steps ahead with the particular restless energy of someone still processing an evening's worth of exciting new possibility, glanced back at both of them with a grin that carried none of the old uncertainty that had once shadowed her expression during the family's earliest, most difficult days together. Whatever's still out there, she said, whatever comes next, I think we're finally actually ready for it. Not just surviving. Ready, Issei agreed, and the word settled over the three of them with the same quiet, certain warmth that had come to define every hard-won evening of the remarkable life they had built together, walking home beneath a sky full of stars that had witnessed, across one extraordinary year and more, an accidental fall become a family become an alliance, and an alliance become, at long last, a genuine and lasting peace. Chosen and protected and renewed together, for as long as it took. Thanks for listening.